Hello there, and welcome to Table Tales, our fortnightly D&D adventure where our bold adventurers seek to overcome, defeat, or avoid the plot. Hello, bold adventurers.
Woo!
Hello.
Good times all around.
Avoiding the plot is my favorite.
From left to right, we have our Beric, our Paladin of Fotis.
That is me. I just said my thing, so now I don't know what to say anymore. Yay!
Violet, the Mystical Powerhouse.
This is unusual. I was not prepared.
You are not prepared.
Oh no.
Gromdar, the Gruff Transforming Templar.
There is more to me than meets the eye, yes.
Okay, he's a Transformer. Jesus. And Talon, our Fleet-footed Healer.
We have a plot.
Somewhere.
You know what? Fair.
Oh, the sass. So yes, as you saw from our expertly provided recap, last time the players got a little bit of adventuring done in Futura, and, well, they successfully managed to burn down the house. But, you know, to be fair, it wasn't their fault.
Definitely.
Burning a whole apartment, like, complex.
We are absent our piratical friend Wesley, or Wiz rather, because he has a few important activities to do today. God knows what they are.
So you get to see me in my full splendor. Look at me.
Yeah, look at that elbow, which is normally hidden. Does look like you're about
You
to...
shut your face.
Thank you, Sanakan, for the beautiful elbow.
It genuinely does look like you're about to smack her
metal.
in the head. It is metal. So hi Sal, hi Zori, thanks for joining us, no matter how long or how short for. So yes, we shall be kicking off with our group who are currently, well, everyone sans Violet, who decided that when the party was being taken into questioning, she did not want to go.
No, I had other plans.
I can understand this, you know, I respect that.
Solidarity.
Yep. So, but we do begin in the Protector Station. Violet, for your reference, you are currently in transit with General Klinkerhofen on the way in one of the lovely bicycle rickshaws.
Wait, I thought the last episode ended with us walking in.
It may have done, but for the sake of this, I'm reshuffling things a little bit. So
okay,
you're en
enough.
route. You're en route at this stage. Just a little bit of a reshuffle. Sometimes you got to do it.
I am not pedaling.
You don't have to. You're in a rickshaw. You pay a man to pedal one of those.
Okay.
Or a woman, or, you know, a person.
These people are so advanced.
I think the general has paid the person at this point.
Oh, the general didn't pay shit. The general went up and said, "Take me to this place, or I have you in chains."
Oh.
Yeah,
He asked his secretary
Abuse of
to
power.
get them a rickshaw. I'm assuming the military is paying them.
Probably. We shall see. Either way, so as we begin, Beric, Gromdar, Talon, and technically Wesley, you have just taken advantage of the Templars' showers. Remembering, of course, that these are pumped showers using your feet. Kind of
I thought we were at the Protectorate's office.
the Templars have their own shower block. You're in the Protector's office, but the Templars have their own shower block.
There's enough Templars that they have their own shower block.
Oh, I mean, it's just separate. I mean, there's a lot of people in the Protector's office. They have several shower blocks and multiple toilets. Do you want to discuss plumbing with them?
I mean,
I think he does.
you told us last time that there were, like, you know, maybe 2 or 3 Templars per Protectorate
And they have their own
office.
shower block.
That is so ridiculous.
It's not a massive
move
shower
on.
block. You guys are basically having to switch in and out. You've got like 2 or 3 showers there.
Uh-huh.
Goodness me, reader. Focus on the story. Okay, but yes, you've dried off, and as you may recall, you had met an old comrade of Gromdar's, Narberg, from a
No
bit back.
problem.
Yes, the Hobgoblin. So, after you guys have finished cleaned your clothes as best you can. The smoky smell's still going to stick around there until somebody prestidigitates it away, as you guys often do. No, there it goes. But generally refreshed. You're not hurt or anything, but you are somewhat, for lack of a better term, almost like a sunburn from the events of the fire. It's just the heat has lightly cooked you. And I assume you guys will head off to see Narberg. Okay. As you head back towards the offices where he said, you hear Narberg and also another voice talking back and forth. The door is slightly ajar. And as you get closer, this person isn't really being terribly quiet. They're not shouting, but they're speaking loudly. And you just hear him sort of going, they hear the voice going, so who are these people who are in our showers? There's a Knight Sergeant Templar, Gromdar, he's an old friend. You have friends? Oh, fantastic. And what is he doing here? Look, Klaus, Lieutenant Klaus. Look, Lieutenant, he's here because he's on duty, he's following a lead. And what the heck is he doing? Is he traveling with some kind of circus? There's a goddamn mage in there, dude. Sir, listen, Quotas. I don't really like seeing you abusing your power this way. If you keep this up, I'm going to have to report you. I'm not abusing powers. He's a Knight Sergeant. They have duties. Well, we'll see about this, Quotas.
Do I recognize this voice?
Never heard it before.
Is Quotas, that's the first name of the hobgoblin?
You've never heard him referred to as Quotas before, and Gromdar, that's not Nurberg's name.
Okay, so this is a different person.
No, that was definitely Narberg's voice.
Yep.
Huh.
Did it sound like a derogatory term?
Narberg, there's definitely an element of stress in Narberg's voice.
Right. Okay.
Get them out of here, especially... we don't want their kind in here. God knows what they're up to, really. I'll help Templar Gromdal with his duties. Sir. And as you get closer, I assume you guys have been kind of hanging out the door while this conversation's been happening, not trying to enter.
It feels like entering
about-
would probably cause trouble, so... I'll try to provide aid to Narberg once he exits.
Well, the door does open and a figure does exit. This one, human, he actually looks quite young, all things considered. But he does have a Knight Lieutenant's ranking on his arm. And as he sort of sees all of you standing there, he goes, "Oh." Then looks at you, Gromdar. "Sergeant?"
Knight Lieutenant, I'll salute.
He's not a lieutenant of your organization.
No, this is a Templar.
It is?
Yes.
I thought he was a protector.
No.
Nope.
Never mind.
He looks at you and very slowly and almost contemptuously pauses for a few moments while, basically when you salute, you have to hold until the person returns the salute, and seems to be deliberately making you do that. Well, carry on. And he is deliberately not looking at Wesley as he sort of walks past you.
Alan's going to basically just follow him with his eyes.
I'm gonna wait a long while to absolutely certain he's out of earshot.
Yeah, he doesn't rush away, but he also doesn't hang around. He walks off.
Great. Well, can't expect much help from him.
We should get out of here.
I need to check out Norberg first. See what this is all about.
Can we meet you outside then? I'd rather not stick around.
That's probably for the best. I'll be with you shortly.
So are you guys going... Oh, sorry, Barrick, are you heading to the...
I am.
sectors?
I'm looking at Wesley and Talon and say, let's wait for Gromder outside.
Okay. We should really meet up with our companion.
Yep. And I will, head held high, shoulders broad, walk out in front of them towards the door.
Yeah, so you're heading... So you have to walk through the Protector's office to get out, but yeah, that's easy enough. The three of you, sorry. I keep forgetting Wesley's not here because I can't see him.
If you want me to roll Intimidate, I'm happy to do that, but, Barrick is walking through this office, not taking any shit. He's done with these people, and he's leaving.
Fair enough. Make me an intimidation roll.
See? That's a 12. I rolled a 4. Ugh.
So no one really comes up to you to mess with you per se. You do see a few dirty looks, but I mean, all things considered, you are like nearly 7 foot tall, wearing full armor with a sword. It takes a very brave man to walk up to you and say, "Hey, have a go." But yeah, there are a few dirty looks shot your way, and definitely a few glances at Wesley specifically.
Yep, fair enough.
Gromdar, so pause on that for a second. Talon, are you doing anything, by the way?
No, I'm sticking with Beric.
Okay, you sit with Barrick. Okay, cool. Yep. So you guys wander out, the three of you.
Yeah, no, we'll find somewhere to stand out of the way, but within eye line of the front door.
Sure. Okay, Gromdar, you're wandering to see Narberg?
Yes.
Yep. He's in there. He's on a rather rickety-looking desk, and he's doing some paperwork. This is a problem to which Barrett can relate. The furniture here really is designed for a creature his size, so tiny chair. He looks a bit folded up, but as you come in, he goes, Gromdar. Shall good?
Yeah. I need some extra help from my friends to get the smoke smell out completely.
Well, you did some heroic work there. I'm writing the report down, triplicate, to make sure everyone knows.
I look back to the door a bit. I'm sorry to hear about your superior. Who is he?
He's new. He's Klaus Herdberg. But look, I've met more than enough people like him. I know how to deal with it.
I don't doubt that, old friend. I just want to know what I know my fair share of them as well. Is there anything in particular I should know about him?
I mean, it's the usual story. He's from the purists. He's got some kind of relative high up the chain, and well, I mean, you can see that he's already made himself a lieutenant before I did, so that's that. He's got the air of, you remember our old friend Rossendale?
Rottendale, yes.
Yeah, he's a general now. And
I'm going to very forcefully, close my eyes, scrounging up almost. Of course he will become a general.
Still a prick as well. But unfortunately, he's a general and he's a prick, and he's here. So.
He's here?
Not here, but Futura.
This is not what I needed right now.
Look, you can't afford another thing like what happened to you in Ustium, so just try and solve the problem in front of you and keep your head down, okay? Can't fix anything if we're not in the mix.
I'll try what I can, but trouble has a tendency to find us in equal amounts.
Look, where are you guys heading now?
Last I remember, we were going to check on the Collegia.
The Collegica.
And potentially checking in on the station where our suspects arrived at.
Well, best of luck in the Collegica. They're a bit of a law unto themselves, so try to keep your head above water and don't let them bamboozle you. I'm here if you need me. And he holds out a hand.
I'll return it. I'll help in any way I can. You just need to ask.
I don't want to kick up a fuss.
Again, I'm going to clarify. Not against them, just in general.
Well, we'll see. It's been good seeing you, Gromdar.
Hang on. I must ask something in private.
What's going on?
Sorry.
Oh, right. You're absolutely right. Sorry. Also, what did the lieutenant call you? I've never heard that name before.
It's his own little nickname. Quotas. He thinks the only reason that I'm even in the Templars is because quotas. Somebody forced him to let me in.
I see. Quotas and that. I'm sorry, Nalberg.
Look, I've heard worse. And there's 4 knights and 4 squires that I'm training throughout the city. If I can teach them the right way to do things with any luck, I can cut off people like Klaus at the heels. That's my revenge.
As said, if you need help, just ask.
I will, I know. Get out of here, buddy.
I'll shake his hand and then head off.
Cool. Okay, so Grondor, as you head off back to the thing, we're going to just rewind time a little bit, because things are happening at the same time. So, Violet, yourself and General Klinkerhofen, you arrive in the rickshaw outside the protector's office, which you sent a message to. Beric Talon, this was just for your reference, this is prior to you guys having left. Okay?
How is that going to work with us already being outside later?
Because,
we're leaving.
Because if you may recall, I said that you guys had gotten to the protector's office.
Oh, fair enough.
Yep. Okay. So the general goes, they have arrived at the offices. And he,
Swiftly.
Indeed. And he gets out and he holds up a hand to to assist you in getting out the rickshaw.
Yeah, I'm gonna graciously accept that and get out.
Yep.
Thank you.
Of course. He walks inside. I assume you follow.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And as he gets to the desk, he goes, "Hello, I am General Klinkerhofen. I have been requested to attend the Templars." Violet, make me a perception check.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize I closed the Roll20 tab, so give me a second.
Whoops.
It's easily done, easily done.
It's the tab shuffling the game. Okay, perception.
Perception.
Boop. That's not good. I don't have advantage, do I?
I'm
It's
afraid
5.
not. Yeah, it's just a simple roll
Yep.
on that one.
I rolled a 5.
Yep. So the general's kind of taken a bit of a step forwards to have a chat. So you're like just half step behind him, kind of. And as he sort of mentions the whole "I'm here to see the Templars" thing, there's a bit of a pause, and then you feel a couple of hands land on your arms.
What? Who's putting their hands on me? What the hell?
As you look around, you see that 2 protectors have grabbed your arms.
Excuse me? I am here with the general. What are you doing?
Shut your mouth, prisoner.
What?
We heard the general. You're here to see the Templars. So we will take you to processing.
She's gonna turn to general with the "what in the world" face.
Yeah, the general, hearing this commotion, turns around. What are you doing? Take your hands off my accompaniment at once! Oh, sorry, General. We just assumed... You assumed what? Apologies, General. Honest mistake. Very simple to make. And they start backing away. Vala, what are you doing at this point?
Just raising my eyebrows. I don't think I should be I shouldn't be protesting this because I'm in their office. So I'm just gonna look very offended.
As they sort of start backing away, and you do notice that they only really apologize to the general. They haven't said anything to you.
Right.
The general sort of says, "I am very sorry. There are too many people who have prejudices in this world."
You don't have to tell me.
Yes, I cannot see it from your point of view. I am sorry. As he's saying this, Talon, Beric, this is when you guys walk through the door and you can see the general and Violet.
Mm-hmm. And we saw none of that exchange that just took place.
You're catching the aftermath.
Sure. Okay. Well, Talon will nod to the general, and seeing Violet looking presumably still rather perturbed by it all, he's going to go over to Violet.
Mm-hmm.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I forgot I walked into the den of snakes. Are you okay?
Yeah, bit singed, but okay. Just waiting for Grumdar to finish.
We were gonna wait outside.
I'm gonna sniff him. I cannot smell smoke anymore, right?
No.
He did it. He cleaned himself up now.
Yeah, so she's gonna look at him knowingly and say, "You shouldn't do that shit in here."
A look of kind of realization will cross his face and he'll nod.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Ooh,
And
just
then
an
she'll turn
inspiration,
back to the
Violet,
general.
remembering that.
Oh, thank you.
Awesome.
The general looks at the two of you. Technically, I guess the three of you, because I have heard of your heroics from your companion Violet. Your works are to be commended.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, General.
It was an accident of our creation, so it was nothing less than proper for us to save as many people as we could.
Well, if you had not done this, I imagine eventually somebody else would have. It sounds as if there was very little ways that this would have not resulted in a conflagration, and your presence and your actions saved many lives. So, given all the circumstances, it was one of the best outcomes.
Eliza is gonna try very hard not to say stuff like, "Yes, but we set the fire in the first place." She'll just do this and move on.
Well, Talon is going to say, in fact, he'll be appealing not just to the general, but just everybody in the Protectorate. Did everyone get out of that building?
I have not had the full... And he sort of goes over. Sergeant? Talking to the Protectorate Sergeant behind the desk. Yeah, Herr General. Do you have the report on the blaze? We have a preliminary report, General. Obviously, very few on the ground. Were there any fatalities? Yes, Herr General. There were 2 individuals who it appears were trapped by the blaze. One of them, based upon the composition of the bones, it appears that they burned to death. The other may have still been alive when the building was destroyed.
Where were they? Talon looks absolutely aghast at this.
Barrick as well. He'll blanch, even paler than he normally is.
And you see this person kind of flick their eyes to the general quickly, who nods sharply and says, "It appears as if this will be very hard to find out. The municipal fire department they had to employ drastic magics to collapse the building and prevent further spread of the blaze. This has made searching and ascertaining the location very hard. But from the compositions of the bodies, one of them must have been very close to the blaze, either inside it or directly beneath or above it. The other could have been on one of the floors, judging, and you see the Templar Sergeant, the Protector Sergeant sort of flip through the pages. It appears as if the person was lame in both legs. It is likely that they would not have been able to flee in any circumstance.
That's unfortunate.
Barrett will clasp his hands together and just make a quick... Literally closes his eyes and says,
We could have got them out. If we'd known they were there, we could have got them out.
I asked Gromdar that if everyone was out, if he checked, and he said yes.
Stop blaming each other. The fact that out of the entire building, only 2 people have perished is honestly miraculous. You did a good job.
Your comrade is correct. A blaze such as that, I would not have been surprised if there was a complete loss of life.
We could have done more, and Talon's just going to leave.
You watch Talon.
Barrick will give everyone like a meaningful look, but say nothing, and then walk after Talon.
And Violet will turn to the sergeant, and then to General and say, "What about the details of that fire?"
The general turns to the sergeant, who there's not so much at the moment, judging by the spread of the blaze, also by the testimonies of those that were there. It appears as if there may have been some kind of accelerant used, so it is being considered arson. Obviously, this then makes the fatalities murders, so it is being treated highly in regard. From the notes of the assigned detective, the current supposition is that it was being performed by a criminal known as Scorcher.
Scorcher?
Yeah, Scorcher.
So this happened before?
Yeah, nasty piece of work. Pyromancer, he has been arrested multiple times for his actions.
Wait, why would he be interested in that building?
Why would any mage burn down anything just to see the fire, I imagine?
Retrospectively, ask, can I roll perception if when I entered the room, did I smell anything?
What in particular are you looking for? I mean, there's a lot of smells, so anything in particular?
Right. Since it was accelerated, I'm assuming there was some sort of solution.
Yeah,
And I was wondering if it was like volatile and smelly or anything.
I believe, if memory serves, that Gromdar did smell that solution last time.
He failed spectacularly on that
yeah.
roll.
Yeah, he rolled natural
Yeah.
one. But I was there
you know.
before the fire even started, so I was wondering.
I would say, considering it's sort of like you're trying to remember and it was sort of, there's a lot going on, I'll let you roll perception, but it will be with disadvantage.
Fair enough. 8.
So much stuff happened, and to be honest, by the time you got into the room and opened the door, like, the fire came out, but you do remember the trap, and it was distinctly not magical. Something dropped from the ceiling and the room burst into flames.
General, can I speak to you for a second?
Of course, and he sort of says, do we require a room, or... And he sort of gestures to a corner, which no one's in.
No. Yeah, as long as we're far away from this guy.
Yeah.
And she'll say, I was there when the trap was triggered. And the trap consisted out of a vial of some chemical that broke. I don't think anything about that was magical.
Yeah, no, that does sound magical, but I am aware of various chemicals which could cause such a reaction. Certain oils and naphthas would definitely consume. Definitely not something which a mysticist would generally specialize in. Obviously, if you can create fire from your hand, why do you need to create it using chemicals?
Very astute, yes.
This is awkward. It appears that they are chasing a poor lead, probably. I will. You and your comrades have duties. You're searching for these criminals, yeah?
Yes.
Then I suggest you continue the search, and I will lend my knowledge of the matters molecular to these fools at the Protector's office and ensure that they point themselves in the correct direction.
If you can. I don't know how much pull you have over non-military people, but thank you for trying.
You would be amazed how much pull you get by wearing a shiny uniform and shouting loudly.
Fair enough.
I will do what I can. I cannot promise anything, but I do not like this assumption of guilt. I will need to find out more about this Scorcher fellow.
If I am being honest, he does himself no favors with that name.
I would imagine that the name Scorcher may be one that was assigned to him rather than one which he chose.
Ah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, quite often not just the Protectors, but also the media enjoy popularizing or demonizing criminals with names like the Butcher or the Defiler or similar.
Understood. Well, we'll do what we can.
Yeah. I wish you best of luck. Should you require any more assistance vis-a-vis the codings, I may help. But, Oh.
You said... Yes?
While we are here, should we try and find out more about this Proctor fellow?
You think they know something?
Anyone who is able to lend out that much money, I imagine that the Protectors have a file on them.
Then I think we should do that through my friend Templar over there, because I assume they will be more cooperative with him.
And yes, indeed, as you're sort of having that discussion, Gromdar does indeed walk into the office, and Gromdar, you see Violet and General Klinkerhofen sort of having a bit of a whispered conversation in the corner.
I'll nod and walk over. I'm glad to see. Again, I'll join the hushed conversation. Violet, I'm glad you made it out okay.
Thanks.
Didn't see much of you after the fire.
I decided not to stick around. The party was getting hot.
probably for the best.
That was a pun! That was very good! That was very...
Violet will look panicked. She never saw him like this.
I'm also gonna look a bit panicked and look to Violet about this.
Yeah, no, thanks. Anyway.
Well, right.
Gromdar?
In this regard, it is most assuredly for the best.
Yeah.
Because as helpful as the Templars of Arcana were, we can expect no help or sympathy from these people. They are of the more puritanical faction.
Sure. So, you probably want to know about this. In general?
Your comrade, your comrade Violet, she discovered a cipher, a hidden coded message book and a ledger inside the file. I have been able to decode it. What I may have lost in my brawn, I gained in my brain. And it appears as if this fellow you are searching for, this Vorberg, he owed sums of money to numerous people in Futura, having paid them off variously within the last 7 days. However, there is still an outstanding debt to a man by the name of Proctor. Or, I suppose, a person by the name of Proctor. I do not know fully who this person is. However, it is likely that the Protectors may have someone on file.
That is a name I could... I'll get back to you on that.
Thanks.
Is there anything else you want me to look up while I'm already in there? I prefer not to linger in this station more than I have to.
I think that's all for now, actually. Looking at general, nothing we forgot.
That is all I have knowledge of.
Yeah, same.
Very well. Okay, let's see. Remind me, you need to fill out a form if you want to go through records, correct?
Well, officially, yes, but you know a guy.
So I do. So I'm gonna head back to my good friend Nalberg.
Yep. And let's just say that you ask him the questions, and yeah, he very quickly is able to pull out a file. Not a tremendously large file, you notice, and as you read it, it's one with a lot of suppositions in it, you know. But it basically concerns a personage by the name of Proctor, who is a halfling.
A halfling?
Yes, and he owns a casino.
Oh dear.
And there is a lot of notes, and there are a decent number of notes about how there's also supposition that he is a moneylender, but a very cautious one.
Does it say anywhere where he lives?
He lives in a casino.
Ah, I see. Well, that gives us something to go on. And remind me, you're not... Actually, I jot down... I assume I have some papers on my notebook or something on my own, so I can just jot this down without bringing the whole file with me.
Sure, yeah.
Of course. I'll jot down the relevant information, addresses and whatnot.
Yes, the casino is known as the Golden Dragon.
Does it have an art piece called the Paraxian Falcon in it, by any chance?
Who knows?
Okay. I'll thank Norberg for the help, and then head back to Violet and the General.
Yep, so Violet, while Grondo was doing that, the General's obviously about to head off. Would you go outside to meet up with Beric and...
Beric ran after Talon. I don't know what, maybe they're talking about something.
I did want to have a chat.
Yeah,
with Talon.
that was intended as well.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So, so again, rolling back the clock again. Gotta love it when people split the party. The time goes mad. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Marble Man.
Thank you for the follow.
Thank you.
And our artwork was done by Sanakan, or Violet, who
That's me.
is our very, very skilled resident artist.
Hey, thanks.
Resident art, not to be confused with Resident Evil. That's completely different.
I am both. But
She could make
however.
Resident Evil art.
We even have little icons, which are great.
Let's be honest here, Sanakan. Have you done art of Lady Dimitrescu?
No.
by her Fifth Amendment rights, the Sanakan refuses to incriminate herself. But yes, so Talon, you dash out the door, Beric follows you, Wesley's kind of sauntering behind. Outside, it's...
Oh, Wesley's coming with. Okay, fair enough.
I've got to pilot him until I can find a way to get rid of him, sorry.
By the way, he wrote you a PM.
I did see.
Okay, good.
No, I'm just saying, like, I was planning this conversation not to have zombie Wesley in it too, but he can come. It's okay.
Wesley turns up and looks to the side and sees a rather attractive-looking group of people and wanders over to have a chat with them instead.
Are they also zombies? Good for him.
Apparently. Yep. Okay. Talon, as you go outside, you're in a street. It's not, the busiest street in the world. There's a few other shops dotted about the place.
Sure.
Seems to be fairly calm.
That's fine. He's literally just going over to the wall of the Protectorate building and just propping himself there. He just wanted to get some air because it was just like, he's just learned that 2 people died on his watch and he's not happy about that. He'll look
Beric
up-
will walk up.
Yeah, he'll look up at Beric and just give him kind of a nod of thanks for the company. How are you doing? Are you alright?
I was so focused on getting everyone out alive that I missed people.
That's where I am at the moment, but to be quite honest, I've been worried about you since the fight in the forest.
Yeah, this doesn't really help
No.
in that regard. I should have gone back in to check myself.
There wasn't anything you could do for him.
The person that burned, most likely not. But the thought of somebody sitting in bed, unable to move on their own, as the building collapsed around you.
Alan will reach across and just kind of clasp his arm.
Yeah, Beric will clasp your arm back.
We're going to have to hold on to the fact that we did what we could based on what we knew. I don't like it, but
Right.
in Kazech, there's no looking back. We have to move forward with the victories that we have.
Yes.
Survival. It's harrowing, but it is what it needs to be.
Beric takes a deep breath, centers himself a little, and then leans on the wall next to you. And says, this has turned out to be much bigger of a chase than I ever expected.
Indeed. But
But,
you're... Sorry, carry on.
I just wanted to say that I'm glad I met some great people on the way. What were you gonna say?
I'm just... Your countenance has changed since that fight in the forest. Will you talk to me about it?
When you first met me, I was trying so hard to be a stalwart knight, a hero of the people. But, like I said on that night on the boat. Even back then, I wasn't really working. And then in the forest, it had been a while since I had a chance to ride Gleam into battle. And a lot of my training is all about that. And I got excited. I was like, bandit ambush in the forest, saving the people. There's a romance there, you understand?
Mm-hmm.
And then when I struck them, I struck Sam, it was just some real thin farmer who probably decided to start banditry last week. I don't know. It's
Survival
my
is...
dream.
Yeah, survival is bitter.
Suppose you learned these lessons long ago.
I did, but it
Your
didn't...
home seems like a much more dangerous place than mine.
He kind of glances around, gestures at all the buildings. I look at these cities, and you barely get a day to lay the first bricks before something happens that makes the area entirely unlivable. I couldn't imagine anything like this in Kazech. It's...
I see.
Yes.
So always on the move, like the nomads of the plains.
You have to. Tomorrow it could rain fire.
Rain, fire.
Scorch everything. It's... If you're still at that spot when the weather rolls in, you're dead. Doesn't matter how strong you are and skill at arms or magic, it will sear you from the face of the earth.
Sounds awful.
Well, for the vast majority of people that live there, there is nowhere else to go.
Yeah, you told us in the cart. I wish our world wasn't a place where everybody had to be in their little box or be shunned.
Well, it sounds like you were... What you've told us of your origins, they tried to put you in a box, and one that didn't quite fit you, from the impression I got.
They've put me in several boxes. Some of them I went in on purpose, and other ones I really wished I hadn't been, save for a few rays of sunshine.
Mm. Yeah, there are some things I need to talk to everyone about. I've been thinking very hard since the fight with the Clanker.
Yeah.
I want to go and see the Forge. You will see Talon's expression entirely change when he starts talking about this. I want to see where it all began.
Yeah, no, I understand. When me and Gromdar met, we fought a clanker in the woods. It decimated the squad we were with. It's just being nearly crushed by a robotic creature the size of a building. It's terrifying.
They are walking death.
I can't believe that they're proud of them here.
It's what I don't understand.
I have a few things to do before I have the luxury to go to the Forge.
Mhm.
But if you're willing to wait, I'll go with you.
we'll talk together, but I definitely would like to go.
Alright. And Beric will kind of do like a friendly like shoulder rub tap thing.
Yeah.
And then just
Shoulder
go
check?
to
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And
Talon's
I didn't know what it was called.
Yeah.
And then he'll just lean against a wall and stare into the middle distance.
Okay. Talon will go and check if Wesley isn't being too reckless and rejoin Beric.
Yeah, Wesley is just in there. In fact, as you come up, he sort of goes, and that's when I bought the prostitute a donkey! And the whole group bursts out laughing.
Okay, Talon's going to immediately just do a 180 and return.
Zombie Wesley is way better at socializing than real Wesley.
Yeah, it's just like,
dear.
I was like, I want no part of this. I don't even know. Well, I know what a donkey is. They're horrifying. Let's just leave.
Yeah, terrifying abominations, 40 foot tall, 3 heads, breathes fire.
Yep, do not want.
It's devastating battle Kara.
Yeah. Also, bit too
that
close
is
to
a
the
weird
bone
place.
there. Not happy with things being burnt on fire right now, so not having any part of that.
And they all speak with the voice of Eddie Murphy.
Oh, God.
Aww.
Yes, the secondary battle cry. Damn it, Rick!
Oh, dear.
But yeah, so Beric, Talon, you kind of stand there for a bit, sort of supporting each other with your presence. By the way, both of you knock up a point of inspiration. That was a lovely bit of roleplay there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
I already have one. Who doesn't?
I would say Gleam, but he has.
Yeah, Gleam does.
That's the weirdest part. The horse has inspiration.
I think Violet doesn't. You can have mine.
No, Violet got one.
She got
I got one.
You can give it to General
then I-
Klinkoven if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Ooh.
General Klinkerhofen can have it.
There we go.
He is helping us, so yeah.
Yes.
Maybe we should start being able to save these up or something.
Nah, that's cheating.
No.
Just use them more often.
Yeah.
But yes, so
enough.
you after about just about a minute or so after you guys finish having your conversation, Violet and Gromdar step out. The general not with them, obviously, and I assume you guys all just sort of regather together. And as you do, Wesley comes over and goes, "So, I've been talking to those people over there, and turns out that someone who knows my father is down at the docks, and he's got a big spy network. So I figured I'd go ask him."
This
Yeah,
sounds like a
what's
very
the shot?
usual Wesley plan. Do you want any of us to go with you?
Oh, no. He doesn't like new people.
Insight check. Is he lying? Is he gonna go get laid somewhere?
Make me an insight check.
6.
You can only suspect at this point.
And
You can only suspect at this point to the Violets that he is probably telling the truth about going to meet this information broker, but he may also be going to get laid.
Ugh, of course.
and or drunk.
the information broker is an old
Damn it.
flame.
But yeah, he smiles, and as one of the pedal buses moves past, he athletically leaps up and grabs a hold of the back of it and goes, "I will see you soon!"
Athletically, this is not Wesley. Who is this guy?
This is
Wesley is
zombie Wesley with all of the powers of Wesley and also grace.
Can we keep him?
He has all of the powers of Wesley, but knows how to use them.
Oh dear. All right. Let's stop bragging.
All right.
Poor Wesley.
But yes, now I don't have to worry about him being here. Okay, cool.
All right. Fair enough.
Right.
Enough.
So yes, you guys are outside the Templar, the Protector Station. I'm gonna keep doing that. I am so sorry. You guys are outside the Protector Station.
So we got our lead on Proctor.
Yep.
At least we know where he lives, I'm assuming.
Yes, Gromdar has. I assume Gromdar, you fill them in about Proctor, and in fact, I suppose the two of you both have to fill in Beric and Talon about who Proctor is because they don't know.
Yep, so
Let's just say we do.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, well,
Well-
Violet starts, and then the Gromda fills in on who Proctor is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
and Proctor is at a casino called the Golden Dragon, which it's effectively an entertainment district. There are
I'm so glad the casino is not Procter and Gamble.
bugger. I feel so bad now. I could have done that.
You should have. That would have been great.
Damn
Would you
it,
like
damn
to-
it, damn it.
Too late
Would
now.
you like to use General Klinkeroffen's fate inspiration to re-roll the name?
Yeah, I shouldn't I?
No, that's cheating.
no,
He's
Golden
not the one
Dragon's
that's in
great.
charge of the
It's
name.
Yeah, I feel terrible, but for Talon's sake, can you explain the joke? Because he doesn't get it.
Oh, Talon doesn't get it.
Talon doesn't
Well,
get
it's
it.
not really a joke in world, so
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
not
think...
in the world.
Procter and Gamble's a company, it's a manufacturing company. So.
Oh, I see. It's
Yeah.
not what I've heard
Yeah,
of. That's fine. Okay. That's why Talon doesn't get the joke. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Although, speaking of, the other thing that Talon didn't get is you have no idea who these nomads or the planes, which Beric mentioned, are.
No.
Oh, you didn't ask, so Vera just assumed you did.
Yeah.
Well, you were in the middle of explaining. I didn't want to interrupt. I missed that. Yeah, that's fine. Well, I'll tell you what he would have asked is whereabouts, what area of the world is this?
The casino?
No, the plains.
The Tomirian Steps.
Oh, the Tamirian step. Wait, why are we talking about Tamirian step? I missed a step there.
This is a rollback. I'm sorry.
Because there's roaming tribes and nomads there.
Oh,
Like
Yeah.
the one he was in Catch,
Uh,
the reference.
Potentially, although these steps sound nice when Beric describes them.
I want to go there so bad. Anyway,
I want to go there.
I want to go to there.
I'm actually
well-
standing in front of them on the map right now.
Anyway, we are not there. We're in.
Yeah.
Paraxis.
Yeah.
For access.
So, I would very much like to visit the forge at some point, as well as obviously progressing this lead.
And I would love to visit Collegica. So maybe we should
would
split.
I also would like to visit the forge. However, I have some errands to run first, some of which are time sensitive.
Oh,
Namely, and he will get his bag for holding out and show you that there's some kind of brownish, ganglia in there that is on the point of starting to rot. We should get these to the
Right.
Hunter's Guild right now.
while it still costs money. Yeah, go.
It's a little crispy now because it's been in a fire, but other than that,
Well, I might have tried it out a little bit, but I mean, is that something we could do on the way somewhere? Drop those off and then move on.
let's say for the sake of this that you load up with various questions about locations and just quickly stick your head into the Protector's office and ask all the various ones. The Collegica actually has a Hunters Guild inside it. In fact, the Collegica is kind of like Vatican City is to Rome. The Collegica is to Futura. It is effectively its own state, a vast campus of various places of learning, intelligentsia, and accommodations and the like. It even has its own internal enforcement, like the police, effectively, like the Swiss Guard.
Damn.
Huh.
Okay.
So
They have a college guard, huh?
They're called the Academians.
The Academons.
Academiums.
I like
You're
mine better.
so lucky Secundus is not here.
I like
Mentioning
Academons better.
demons. Should we split the party? I think it's doable. 2 and 2.
Mhm.
Yeah, I suppose.
Okay, so Violet is heading to the Collegica, and I assume you're taking Grumdar with you based on...
If he's willing, I'm not gonna force him.
Yep. And Beric, you're heading to the Forge with Talon?
Okay.
Well, we'll go
Okay.
into the Hunters Guild first.
Before we split up, though, like I will relate to both, like the entire group, as in we can expect little to no help from the Templars here. So, as
Sure.
opposed to in Hakan, be even more careful with magic in this, because
Yeah, that's a good
Okay,
point. Beric,
that's-
keep your eye on Talon.
I will.
The other mage did it. His excuse will not work this time, Talon.
Understood. Also, Beric, why don't you give the things that need to be sold to the Hunters Guild to Grumdar?
Oh?
Because Beric has a horse. I'm assuming that would be faster.
Oh, yes, but they're going to the Collegica where there's a Hunters Guild.
Oh, the Hunters
is
Guild
there a
is
Hunters
in
Guild
the
in the
Collegica?
Collegica?
There's a
Yeah.
Hunters Guild in the Collegica. There's also one in the town if you want to go to that one. I mean, either of you could take it there without too much.
No,
Okay.
I'm fine with giving it to Gromdar. Do you want me to list to you what I have for the guild?
Yes. We can solve that afterwards, right?
I'm not hearing Mole, so I'm hoping that he'll
Oh,
also
I'm sorry.
pipe up.
oh yeah, sorry, of course you can listen it and we'll deal with it.
I just you didn't talk at all in that whole thing. I wanted to make sure.
It was because Sana said yes, basically.
fair
Sorry.
enough. What I have is
Hang on, let me just
one spongy ganglia,
Damaged.
damaged by swords and also by fire. But I think that they'll be fine because it's very clearly still in one piece.
Can I try
Ganglia
prestidigitate it?
pristine.
At least from like fire damage?
This isn't really a cleaning thing. This is more sort of, it's been altered. I think it's a bit beyond prestidigitation, unfortunately.
Fair enough.
He's got a time reversal thing.
Let me whip that out real
Magic.
quickly.
Two large black assassin pods.
2 black assassin's mods.
And one open pod with 6 assassin beans.
Bill would like to burn those, but never mind.
The guild will take care of them if they're dangerous, but this way we'll get paid.
Okay.
Talon, don't forget to ask them about the difference in those 2 cores that we've seen.
Oh, would you like me to take them? Or, actually no, it'd be better if I just question them rather than reveal we have them.
Are you capable of creating a minor image or something?
Not really, no, but I know quite a bit about their innards, so I could probably describe them.
Alright.
But I'm not letting them see.
I could
all the
try
core.
and
Yeah.
I could
maybe
attempt to
don't.
sketch it if you want.
You sketch? You do art?
I have some minor art training.
Well, we could, if they ask for further details, we can always do the sketch at the place and use
Fair
their
enough.
paper.
Yeah,
rather
I
than
think you'll
ours.
be fine.
Yeah, that's fine. If you're coming with me and you can sketch that, we can describe them. They might want to know how
Fair
I
enough.
know these details, but I'll see what I can do. But yeah, if we get that stuff sold, I mean, can we have the rundown of what we get for that now? So we might as well just do it now. We've got the list.
Just to check on that as well, you also got some jewelry from the Assassin Vine and the Clanker.
Yeah, but that's not on my sheet, so somebody else has that.
Well, if you want the list of it, I put it in the D&D info. But so just checking, are you trying to sell that as well, or are you keeping a hold of that for now? Either's good, I'm just checking.
To be quite honest, you may as well just hang on to that. That's not
Yeah.
going to rot.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not in an immediate need of money.
Okay. Okay. So yes. So, just for the sake of this, I'm going to just sort of say, there also happens to be a hunter's thing right there next to you. So you wander into that as a foursome, just to save all of this.
It's
Amazing.
one of those wondrous wandering shops I've heard about.
It's a paddle-powered wandering shop on wheels.
Oh no, really?
As you go inside, you notice that there is a notice board of various jobs on it, which is slowly rotating, being powered by the person behind the desk.
Why?
The horror of having to sit behind a desk talking to people all day and pedal hard enough to rotate a sign.
You don't pedal? Everyone pedals here.
Oh god.
I love this country.
We all pedal together.
Feel free to stay.
I feel like there's gonna be nobody who's out of shape in Paraxis.
That is actually quite good, right?
Look at my calves. Anyhow.
I don't want to.
So after doing that, he goes, so you are claiming bounty upon Assassin Vine with these as the proofs, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. Can I know location of where the Assassin Vine was?
It was in the swamp and the northern end of Hakan.
Swamp.
We can show you a map.
Yep.
Yeah, you pull out your map and you sort of point to its location. Oh, yeah. What are you doing there? That's a terrible place to go. But either way, so Assassin Vine...
We were hunting for Assassin Vine, clearly.
Well done. Assassin Vine, that is 70 gold for the Assassin Vine. We will take plant ganglia as proof. You wish to sell this for apothecary?
A what?
Apothecary.
Yes.
Oh, apothecary, yes.
I'm sorry, do you have a problem with my accent?
It's alright. I understood you the second time. Yes, we would like to sell it to your apothecary.
God. Shakes his head.
Parachute.
Eject.
Yeah, this is good. I can offer you, say, 10 gold
For the ganglia?
for the ganglia.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
As for the others, I am afraid that owing to the embargo upon the transportation of hazardous species, and you see him shift gear, and one of the notice boards behind him flips over to a list of various species which aren't allowed to be transported as he pedals harder. I'm afraid these will have to be destroyed, but seeing as you're also presenting on the spread, I can present you with another, shall we say, 20 gold for the free?
Sure.
Is that good? And he hands over another chunk of that. You had something you wish to add something, Templar?
Oh no, I'm sorry to interrupt. It's just that I remember there's a report I had to file in.
So, this is for the Hunters Guild, or...?
Well, yes, there is something I'd like to report about the embargo on dangerous species.
That information has been delivered to the office in Hakan. The city.
Oh, was it already delivered?
Is it gonna hurt to also say it here?
I would say, given what you're saying, I would like to know what you're talking about now.
Actually, yes, if they pass through here, it might be relevant for you to know. Yes. Again, it was some sessions ago, so I don't rightly remember who they were, but I will describe the individuals and what they were smuggling.
They were smuggling battlets, you'd say?
Yes.
That is correct.
That is what we heard from
And
Violet.
this is going to... you saw
I've
them.
seen them. Oh, yeah.
You're very lucky.
I didn't, so I'm not going
I
to
was
say.
very lucky. I felt it get to me, and then I shrugged it off.
Yeah.
Don't recommend it.
I've been in a similar position. Yeah.
Oh?
There is cockroaches for me, but same basic principle. Yeah. We do sell stone salve for anti-petrification purposes, if that would be of interest.
It might be prudent. What's the price of that?
And do they keep?
Stone Salve, this years. You just
Fair enough.
apply it to the affected personage, and very important. Before applying Stone Salve, if any part of the person's body has been removed, place together and hold. Okay?
Uh-huh. Good to know, good to know. So what's the price of the salve?
Salve, given the fact that you're making report as well, I can probably... There are 5 doses, I can probably sell to you for 50 gold, say?
I will
10
look through your-
apiece?
Yeah.
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah, I
That
think
is very reasonable, not unwise.
Having that in our back pocket seems like a good idea.
Yeah, well, I mean, 10 gold for not being... Well, that's basically death by stoning, so I think that's a good...
Yeah.
We'll pay out of the party fund.
Yes.
We'll pay out of the money you were about to give us, so 50 gold for the
fair
items.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. 50 gold and the stone salve, and you get this sort of... It's like a clay pot, and if you take off the lid is secured by several straps, but if you take off the lid, you can see there's a sort of purplish cream, almost like a Vaseline sort of thing.
Does it like spark
Fair enough.
with electricity
Okay.
or what?
You can see flecks of magic in. I mean, I guess Talon, are you gonna look at it? Shall we say?
Yeah, I'll have a look at it. I mean, would you guys like me to just carry this and have it ready, or...
You
I
seem
think
to
in
be our-
case you get petrified, maybe we should all have a dose on us at all times.
it seems
like
It's
we
all in one jar. So there's enough
then-
there for 5 doses, but it's effectively, you're scooping it out and washing yourself with it.
Then Talon it is. There
Okay,
you go, buddy.
I will write that onto my sheet right now. So,
He is our medic.
so my count is that we were being paid 70 gold and then 20 gold, so that's 90.
No, 30 like for the...
So effectively, you were getting 100 gold, and now you've gotten 50 gold
Oh,
and 5 doses of
yes.
stone salve.
Yep, that seems pretty good to me.
Yep.
Yep.
let's do.
and nobody write down that 50 gold, we'll put it in the party fund.
Yep, that's... No, I'm not taking any money that we get given. As far as
No,
I'm
but if
concerned-
if one of us decides, I'll write that down, then we'll double it on accident. So.
I'll put it into
saying.
the loot page at the end of the session.
I'll be perfectly honest. Like, party fund is so much easier than personalized fund. So much easier to keep track of.
Yeah.
Sometimes you want to buy something for yourself.
He says
Yeah,
that
that's
because he
true.
doesn't want. Because I keep
I know.
track of it.
Yeah, we know.
And yes, Talon, as you look at it, you get a few different tastes. It's a bit fruity, a bit sugary, and it's definitely golden.
Okay, that's really nice.
I trust you.
Yep. No, Talon's quite pleased with that. He will put that very safely in the bottom of his bag.
Well then. Unless there's something you can else that you can interest us in.
It sounds as if you have had dealings with the Hunter's Guild before. Would you like to buy a Hunter's Guild license?
Didn't we already do that last time?
You were offered, but you didn't take it up.
We keep being offered and refusing it. What is the price of it?
Per person, in terms of dues, it would be 40 gold a head, and then after that, you get discounts at the shop. You get additional funds from any bounties or etc. that you bring in.
So it would be enough for just one person to have it, because
Yeah.
then they can just sell.
I
What is
suppose
the-
so.
How long is the license covering a person for?
It's annual, 1 year.
Good. Barrick?
So 40 gold for a license?
40 gold. Who would I be making it out for?
I think should be
Guess I'll
Barrick.
Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, I am Barrick Lightsworn.
How do you spell Barak?
BAERREK.
Lightspawn. I'm going to go out on a loom and assume that you're from Volumia.
I am from Falumia, indeed.
Permanent residence?
None at the moment.
No, well, you'd be amazed. We actually have a checkbox for that. And he takes another few details from you, you know, sort of.
I'm on a longer assignment that didn't allow, like, keeping a permanent residence in good repair would have cost too much money for it. So.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, he fills out a few bits and pieces of details, age, you know, all those kind of things, preferred pronouns and the like, and he
That's okay.
Do you identify that you're an Asimar to him, or do you keep that on the down QT? You could probably pretend to be human.
I am very tall and my hair is made of metal.
It could be dye.
I've heard of
If he
weirder
asks,
fashions.
I will confirm. If he doesn't ask, I will not.
Well, he asks for
Say
race
it.
because it's on the form.
Ah, yes. Asimar, thank you.
Ah, interesting. I had heard that there were Asimars in Volumia.
Quite a few.
Really?
I thought there were only ASMRs, looking at Beric.
The upper echelons of society is almost purely Asimar, but you know, in a random village, you'll have Asimar and humans living together.
Ah, okay.
And after a few things, he reaches behind him and he gets out a what appears to be some kind of press and moves a few dials on it and then puts in a sheet of thin metal and pulls down and presents to you a
Peddling for
badge.
this, isn't he?
Now you have two.
A badge or a card?
A badge.
Right, now I have 3.
Three? What's the third one?
I'm assuming one
I also have a badge as a Knight of Dawn.
Oh god.
It's like, stop or bugger, which one am I today?
You should put them on your backpack, you know, like the cool kids.
Yep, yeah, exactly. Put all my badges on the backpack.
Actually, it's kind of reminding me of that scene from the first Mummy film, you know, the Brendan Fraser ones, where the mummy's advancing on a guy and just keeps pulling out different holy symbols and praying.
Right.
Okay, so is that 40 gold coming out of my personal fund, or is that
No,
That's
party fund, I think.
Okay, then we should also make sure that last 10 gold that remains, we should probably go to Gauntlet Tax Fund.
Huh.
That's an issue. There's an auditor just a few thoughts down if you need it.
Yep.
I mean, we should
Was
make
planning on it
sure
anyway.
we should make sure that isn't a problem, especially here in Paraxis.
Sure. Yeah. No, that's very thoughtful of you. I'm taken by surprise. Anyway.
Well, you use your magic to help the group, so the group should help you use your magic. This is only proper.
Quite agree. In fact, that ties into thoughts that I've been having. But yeah.
Alright. We should keep going, though.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
I'm assuming this is like evening, like late evening. Because it's the same day,
Yeah, same
and
day.
we
Still the same
went
day.
to the apartments in the afternoon.
Yeah,
So
yeah, went to the park in the afternoon. Yeah, it is getting that way. Dusk has certainly fallen by this point.
that makes sense.
Yeah. So, are you? So, I guess, with that in mind, are you guys going to try and have a long rest first, or are you splitting up now?
If they are having a long rest, then I would like to do something on my own before returning to the apartment.
I mean, I wasn't planning on having a long rest.
I'm just leaving it open to you guys. I just
Right.
Also, weren't we going to the tax office 2 doors down?
Well, I was going there.
Yeah, so
We might as well
can
do
split
that
up here.
together. Yeah, or yeah. Okay.
So you want to split up and then split up what?
or
Well,
we could stick together for now. Either way.
well, the impression I'm getting from this is actually it would be better to do the Collegica and the Forge tomorrow, because if it's getting into evening now and we've got more to do before we go, then I'm assuming those places are going to close overnight.
Well, I thought if we hurry, we can do Collegica and Forge today, and then tomorrow we can go to the casino and find the Proctor guy.
I feel
Like out of all of these appointments, I feel that one will be with the most resistance, so we would need rest before that.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, I can't imagine just visiting places is going to tax us too much.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
fair
I
enough.
just feel like we're running out of evening and we're trying to cram a lot into it.
I mean, if it's late afternoon, then we have like 6-ish hours before everything starts closing.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, from what you are aware, so the Collegica doesn't really close per se. Like I say, it's basically its own sort of place. So,
Right,
that'll
right.
probably be open. I mean, some of the facilities in it might be closed. The Forge, on the other hand, as to your knowledge, is now more of a kind of tourist attraction / museum style thing. So that might be closed by this point.
Well, then, how about this? We all go to Collegica, and then we rest, and
Yeah.
people go to the Forge.
yeah, let's do
Okay,
that.
fair enough. Yep, okay.
Well, Beric, what did you want to do? You said you.
I have, I need to file a report.
Right. Well, cannot wait.
You can wait a day.
Okay. Then to Collegica.
If you want more detail, I'm more than willing to share, but not here.
That's fine.
Is your report going to include me?
No.
Thank you. Okay. Insight check.
Oh,
Only
right,
if you
right.
allow me.
You can roll insight.
Here comes an 20.
14? Do I glean anything?
You glean that from the way he said no, he hadn't considered that angle at all. Whether that is because the report itself is something that isn't what he's not telling you, or he was just not actually putting you in the report and thought that was natural. You can't tell.
Fair enough.
Okay, so you guys head out of the office. Are you heading straight to the Collegica? Actually, as you glance down at the Order's office, by the way, it looks like that has shut for the evening.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about.
What was shut for the evening?
The Order's just the for the taxing of the gauntlets.
Ah, okay. Fair enough.
You have to refile your return another day.
I just love this place. Okay. Let's go straight to Collegica then.
Okay. Yeah, so that is easy enough to do. Yeah, just a quick. You find yourself on one of the pedal buses, and
Well, we still got our day tickets, so.
you do.
Oh wait, no, that was for a particular line, wasn't
That's
it?
for the yellow line, but the yellow line does also. All lines go past the Collegica. It is that big a place that all lines
Right.
actually go there.
Oh.
Let's do that then.
Yep. And yeah, so you make yourself towards the Collegica, and as you arrive there, there appears to be a sort of, it is a vast structure of there's an honest wall around all of it, like almost like a small city inside the city.
Does it look like ancient?
It has clearly been established for some time. The wall is in good repair, though.
Okay.
And yeah, as you get there, there is it's not really a gateway. There is an archway, which you can see that people are coming into and out of, and there are a couple of people there. They are wearing uniforms, not protector uniforms. This is a different group. And one thing that is obvious, they have, much like the guards did at the fort, they have Arcanotech projectors on their arms.
Right. The
Yeah.
same ones we saw on the general back there?
Give me either a perception or investigation check.
Okay.
Helen is not happy with how prevalent these are.
20.
20, awesome.
Nice.
These actually look better designed. They look more streamlined, more sophisticated. And you can, in fact, with that 20, you actually do notice that So beforehand there was kind of like almost like an egg whisk style to the projector. This has been narrowed and focused, and you have what looks like a targeting crosshair on it as well. You think these are probably more advanced.
Can I assume from that military and Collegica might not be cooperating that well?
I mean, that's a fair enough assessment to make. I can't voice on it, but you could definitely make that assumption.
Fair enough.
Yep. As you approach, they do look over to you and say, "Good evening. You are entering the Collegica of Tuchara. May I ask what your intention is within the Collegica this evening?"
We were looking to speak to some people about some specific topics.
Also dinner?
Oh, we have numerous fine restaurants inside the Collegica. That is most appropriate. Certainly, sir. So the restaurant district is over there, and he sort of gestures in a sort of sweeping manner. To see someone about something, how delightfully vague.
Yeah, it really was.
That was on purpose.
I may be able to guide you if you can give me more specifics. Otherwise, the university proper is down that path. You can't really miss it. It's huge. They will be able to direct you to the correct places. Would you like to check your weapons, please?
Check
Weapons?
our weapons.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Talon will hand over his staff.
Wait, Alan.
Wait, Talon.
This is a peace zone. We do not allow weapons within the facility.
At all?
Nine.
Where will they be kept?
They will be stored here.
Even
Does
if I
this
tell
place look safe?
As you actually have a look, you gaze past them, you can see numerous people wandering around, and this looks almost utopian in some ways. Like, there are plenty of people laughing and smiling. There aren't any poor people. Like, you do notice that. It's not. It's like. I guess in some ways it's kind of what people would consider their dream, as it were. This is clearly a utopia for people who can afford it, if you know what I mean. That's what I'm trying to get across.
Oh, darling, isn't it wonderful to have money? Oh, yes, quite.
Basically, yes.
Poor people. I'll get my gun.
But because
it's an enclosed community, and they just don't have the Gatling guns on this gate.
This is a gated community, exactly. This is very much so a case of, oh yes, marvelous, ha ha ha. And
Fair enough.
and that sort of stuff. And yeah, no one appears to be armed.
Yeah, I meant more like where they would be keeping the weapons. Does it look like protected?
Oh,
safe?
right. Yeah. If you actually can't see where they're keeping the weapons, but if you ask, he sort of gestures to a very thick, heavy door, and he says they will be checked. They will be left inside there. But yeah, no weapons. That is strict rules of the Collegica.
Looking into the
right.
Collegica, do I see any guards with weapons? Templars
Make
with
me
weapons,
a perception check.
protectors. Okay. God damn it. Perception's
I'm gonna
terrible.
let go of Talon's hand with
10.
arm with the staff.
From your quick glance around, you can't really see any Templars or Protectors in there. The only uniformed individuals you can see are more academics, like the people in front of you.
And from any of the organizations I'm a part of, do I know if I have the ability to just say, I don't want to leave behind my badges of office?
You don't have to leave around the badges; they're not weapons. But in terms of
But the weapons are part of it.
I mean, you could definitely try and press the issue, but this is he has stated this is considered an individual country. So if you did decide to press it, you'd have to have a bloody good reason, not just I feel uncomfortable without my sword.
Okay, Barrack will acquiesce to that and hand over his sword, shields, and armor, I guess.
You don't have to take off the armor. So sort of looks at you and
He's not wearing it. What?
Oh, sorry. I thought again. It's very hard for me to judge on this when you don't know how to wear it. But okay, fair enough. It's in the bag.
I'm only like if we're not in a combat situation and I just had a shower, I don't put it back on. That's really uncomfortable.
Fair enough.
I'll hand over my hammer.
Yep. Thank you.
I'll hand over one of my daggers.
Thank you.
Sure.
And you see him fill out some forms and just say, if you would sign here to show that it has been kept in our custody, and just hand over the license when the receipt when you get back here, that will all be fine.
Okay.
Cool.
Now I'm imagining the group walking in here in like, casual modern day clothes, but like still the same people.
Gromdar with a hoodie.
Yeah, Gromdar with a
No, I
hoodie.
think Violet will be the hoodie. And I will
And,
be like a polo shirt.
Definitely Violet, yeah.
Barrack wearing like a trendy sweater.
Oh god, what would Talon be wearing?
You'd be wearing like just random clothing. You'd almost look like you just raided a laundry pile.
Oh my god.
T-shirt, a kilt, and sandals with socks.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
That's what I'm saying.
Your trendsetter Talon, own it.
Yep.
Yeah, the loudest Hawaiian shirt.
Weeps will approve.
Yeah, and you see them take your weaponry into the chamber behind, and they've taped the other side of the receipt to the. So you have one copy of the receipt, they have the other copy, and they're attached to the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
They're good. We hope you enjoy your time at the Collegica.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go. And we hopefully enter in the Collegica proper.
Yeah. So you step inside the Collegica. It is, like I say, a bit of a marvel. You guys do actually cause somewhat of a stir, though. The combination of Talon's, shall we say, eclectic fashion choices, and Barrack's sheer size and the glow of his hair seems to be putting a few people askew. Violet, if you could also make me, I say, insight or perception.
Okay. Insight doesn't work for me today. 5.
Let's just say
no.
that you don't really notice much, but that's mostly because you're sort of distracted by. You've never been in a place like this. This is as far from your homeland as you could imagine. It's like weird party town, and you see people moving apart on these. Some people are moving apart on like bikes or penny farthings. Some people appear to have some kind of wheels on their shoes, which they're using to skate about the place.
Those don't pedal. Blasphemy.
This is so
No, they pedal with
weird.
their hands.
This is
They
so
crank them.
weird.
And
It is weird.
as you go past the corner,
Penny
you
farthings
see
are so dangerous.
they are indeed. As you go past the corner, you can see a group of sort of 5 people. Oh, and I should point out, all different races here, like humans, dragonborn, tiefling, orcs, Genasai. This is a mishmash of various different peoples and cultures.
Sigh.
Okay, Talon approves of that.
Fair enough.
The other thing that Talon is looking out for is mage gauntlets.
This is a bit of an interesting. I guess perception or insight for you from yourself as well, Talon, if you're looking for that.
I will go for perception. My insights. 20.
Ooh,
As you glance around, there are mage gauntlets about, and while it is not, a 100% totality, you do notice that the norm appears to be that those with gauntlets are hanging out with other people with gauntlets, and those without gauntlets are hanging out with other people without gauntlets.
Right, so there's
And-
definitely a divide there.
Yes, and the gauntlets are most assuredly a minority. There are much more people without gauntlets than there are with.
Okay, so the people with are basically little knots here and there, or alone, or things like that.
Yeah. You see some people grouped together. You see a few people sort of all on their own. in fact, with that, you do actually notice that there are some of the people who've outgone. In fact, there appears to be one group in particular, some individuals that appear to be wearing this sort of, not exactly a uniform, but they've got like very similar clothing designs, like same sort of patterns and the like, who are glancing towards you, and specifically Violet.
Right. I'm getting distinct kind of Raiders from Kazech vibes from them. So Talon will basically be kind of just a very gentle nudge to various people and just sort of drawing attention to that group to say, we're being watched.
After he points out, do we see them?
Yeah, when he points them out, you do see them. You also do notice that because he is pointing them out, it's one of those classic, you see them and they see them, you seeing them, if that makes any sense. So
Yeah.
Do they look hostile? When they realize that we're watching back.
Not hostile, but sort of
Wary.
They don't. You don't get good feelings from them.
No.
Now that I've gotten a look at them, these patterns and colors that they're sporting, is that at all familiar?
I guess make me a history roll.
Ooh. That's not
That is a 22.
A 22. Yeah. So. It's died out over the years, but when the war did first end, you read this in the history books, obviously. When the war did first end, there were certain groups who were basically calling for the elimination of all mages, based on their sort of and initially they had massive support from a lot of people. In fact, there are still nations where they do get a great deal of support. I'm assuming you know the one I'm talking about. They have been slowly dying out because their rhetoric is very extreme, and they did lots of criminal actions, but obviously there are still some people who kind of, I guess, they're sort of claiming not to be like them, but still using their iconography, if you know what I mean. And while this isn't an exact replica of it, the color patterns are very similar.
Yeah, I'll lean into to Violet and whisper. They're the Anti-Magic League's richer, less hidey kind of cousins.
Yeah, they were referred to as the purists.
Oh, I hate them already.
Are they the same purists I know?
It's an often used term to describe that sort of that type, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
I see, yeah.
Let's not agitate them any further. Let's go.
Very wise.
Agreed.
So are you heading towards Collegica proper?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, the Collegica itself is a rather large, a large structure, multiple levels, as it were, with lots of side buildings attached. And if you would like to go to Tailspire, I will have you come through the front door of the Collegica.
Okay.
I will pull you in. Don't worry. I just need to.
Pay no
down
attention
your
to the-
characters.
You say tail, I say spire.
Yep.
Tail.
Quiet.
Tail. I love it.
It's just like, that's just epitome of yes dear, really, isn't it?
Pretty much.
But yes, pay no attention to the GM behind the curtain.
Well, thankfully they can't see it yet. So, but yes, as you enter, and I will switch over, and then summon you to this board.
To say, patient. Ooh.
So yes, you are on the
wow.
you are on the lower part of the building here.
Oh my goodness me!
Oh shit! It's huge.
It is.
Damn.
Told you I worked hard on it.
I feel like I've gone back in time to my university at this point.
That is basically what I was after.
Okay, so this is the main building. And
So-
there's like a plaza in front of this.
Oh,
that
I
we
don't
were
think
on
the
before.
stream can see it yet.
Oh, oh,
Let's have a look.
oh! Wait, I think I see what I've done wrong. He says as he quickly rushes to studio mode.
Did you make this map, Ass?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, bits and pieces.
you
Yeah.
Kudos.
Thank you. What have I done here? Classic stuff.
What in damnation have I done?
Oh, I know what I've done. My bad.
Oh.
Oh, technical difficulties, folks.
Remain calm and don't act dumb.
There we go.
There we go.
Yep.
There we go.
But yes, you find
Nice.
yourself on the inside the Collegica proper, and there are several. As you enter, you come into this large building, and there is a figure behind the desk, who an elfin lady who looks up as you enter. We have no lectures open at this evening for non-registered students.
Oh, okay. Is there any reaction to the gauntlets people are wearing?
It's just Violet at this point.
It's just far at this point, and the person, the lady behind the desk, just sort of seems to be almost haggard. She doesn't really seem to have noticed anything other than the fact that you entered.
Okay.
Yes. Excuse me, madam, but we are not here to attend classes.
Then why are you here?
We are currently on an investigation in relation with several factions to find some criminals, and we need some information that we thought the Collegica might be able to provide.
Very well. What do you need from me?
What do you teach
And I
here
will-
anyway?
I do not teach. I am part of the service staff. I am here to guide. I am here to file. It has been a
I
very
think she
long
meant in
day.
general.
See, at first I thought Collegica was teaching magic, but now that I look around, I understand that.
We don't
That is
teach
not the case.
magic. It is study can be studied as an elective. We teach anything, and we are seekers of knowledge. If you want magic teaching, go see the chain.
I know everything I need, thank you.
Then you are definitely not in the right place. This is for people who are wanting to expand their mind, not just simply rely on old-fashioned practices of waving your hand and having whatever you want come into existence.
I'll ignore the salt factory
Yeah,
and walk away.
for somebody who's
Violet, before you walk away.
Hold on,
You are the
Darla was
one
trying
who-
to say something.
Okay.
Oh no, that's fine. Carry on.
Okay.
Before you walk away, you were the one who had several of the questions.
Well, I was recommended to visit this place, and I just wanted to see what's here. It's Collegica, you know?
There are many things here. We have. Let's see, have a look. Professor Lindstorm is currently teaching a class about the applications of the Warforged in current society.
What?
With a historical
What?
backing.
They are
Excuse
not
me?
used in current society.
They are not used currently, but with the petitioning passing, hopefully this will change.
What?
That's incredibly dangerous.
Everything that was once safe was once dangerous. It is the way of the world. We have forging with Schmaltzstein. He is one of our dwarven professors, so it's a very good forging class. Several of our individuals working in the with grants from the Equality League are currently developing technologies for the dissemination of the gauntlet, and
Equality League?
Professor Huddlestein is teaching about Templaric techniques and how to mechanize them.
Mechanize them.
Yeah, well, I don't know the specifics, but effectively, if the theory being, if we can convert magic into some kind of use such as the projectors, then surely there would be an ability to do so with Templaric abilities, thus allowing for them to be propagated throughout the community.
And what needs to take place to attend one of these lectures?
You either need to be a student or you need to provide a fee.
And what is the fee to attend a lecture?
With the current discount from the Collegica community, it is 5 gold per lecture to attend. Per person, obviously.
Obviously the one... I'm sorry, I can't remember the professor's name, talking about the Warforged, but is this a lecture that she performs on a schedule, or is it a one-time thing?
She is doing a full course upon Warforged, so Professor Livingston, which may not have been her name, but is now.
Okay.
Professor Livingston is... I believe she teaches at least once every other day.
Us? By the assertion of the place, can I assume that... Does it look like it was built before the war?
Yes, so while obviously this building has been through various renovations and the like, some of the sections, as you pass through the Collegica itself proper, several sections have all clearly been pre-war in their age. And you do in fact remember that Professor Alpenheimer, who you may recall was he was a Collegica alum.
Right, okay.
Interesting.
Okay, can I just clarify, what was the name of the directive they were talking about the Warforged becoming legal again? There was a name attached to that. What was it?
I don't believe I mentioned the name specifically.
Is there a movement?
You said something like the something initiative currently in the courts.
Oh,
Equality?
sorry. Yes, the Warforged Propagation Initiative.
Oh,
Right, that's what I would
that's
like
the
to take a note of, because that is that you all see Talon look distressed at the idea of that.
Yep, no. the
Most
Barrack
of
is
these
right there
subjects
with
also
you.
has the Gromdar distressed.
I mean, forging sounds interesting, but yeah,
As I see Talon twitchy,
yes,
I'll call him away for a bit.
okay.
And I will say, can you look at the older places of this place for me? Do you see any magic?
Yeah, Talon will just nod. He won't. Yeah, he's gonna make sure that the lady at the desk isn't seeing him doing this particularly. He'll hide behind Beric if he has to, and then he'll just basically scan the immediate surroundings for magic.
Well, in the particular instance, the older places aren't inside this building. They were like other buildings outside, but you can happily walk out for a few paces and have a quick glance.
I'll lead him out then before I ask that.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Yeah.
that makes no sense.
You lead them out.
I
and-
thought you meant like the red brick parts.
No. This building is rather modern. It looks like it's been redesigned and developed several times. But yes, so there were other older buildings, and as you had a look at them, you can't see any magic inherent to them, as it were, just background magic.
Sure. Okay. In that case, when he gets the opportunity, he'll just sort of shake his head a bit to Violet.
She will look disappointed and say, I thought maybe this place was teaching magic before the war, but I guess I'm wrong.
And he will just sort of shake his head again, and he will say, Warforged.
That got you?
Sorry?
That got you? All twitchy.
Yeah, well, I think they've always been about Warforged here.
Oh, that's what you mean.
Yeah,
But I thought they created Warforged to be used in the war, so the timeline doesn't check out. But maybe
Well,
the war was just an excuse to use them.
I imagine. Yeah, I feel like you say, it was an excuse to mobilize them en masse. But I think whether or not the war happened, I think the Warforged were born here.
Well, you know, Talon, as the sky will become gloomier in the terms of peace, they might have a leg to stand on. So you might prepare yourself. Do you understand what I mean?
I do, but it also doesn't justify what I have seen in my own life.
I do understand that, and I am with you. But the fact is...
They might have been justified at one point, yes. I do appreciate that.
No. I don't think they were. I think that they are looking for an opportunity to bring this back, and they might have it soon.
That's what I'm afraid of, but well, it's going to be us versus governments on that particular point. I don't like it, but I know what you mean. Well, there might not be a great deal we can do to stop it.
Well, maybe we just lie down, roll over, and accept it.
Not on your life. But I am not going to look away if these machines are going to be rolling out to potentially put more people at risk.
I know. You didn't look very encouraged to fight the one we met.
That scared me. You scared me. I don't think I've ever seen anyone attack one like you have.
I don't think I'll ever do it again.
Please don't. That was reckless.
I don't know how I survived that, but hey, we brought it down.
He's just going to turn around and give her a hug at that point, and it's like, well...
She's surprised, like, a lot.
Yeah, so I'm not... You're one of the most capable people I know. And I have to trust that you know what you're doing when you do things like that, but, well, I'm going to talk to everyone when we get back to our lodging.
I'll make sure to be there.
No, it's for everyone to hear.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you.
I mean, we are chess pieces on a battlefield, and you are the most important one. I'll make sure to look out for you.
We're all important.
If we're all important, then no one is.
I mean, everyone in our group, particularly important. We're the group.
I understand, Talon, but I think you need to realize that sometimes, in a battle scenario, there are priorities. I know it sounds harsh, but it's true.
Well, I have some thoughts about that, but we'll talk about it later.
Fair. Wanna go in?
Yeah, let's go back in.
Yep. Go back in.
Okay, so while Talon and Violet were having this heart-to-heart, Grondar Beric, what were you two up to?
I will be inquiring as to the specifics of that Templar optimization thing they were talking about, and if the Templars have agreed to such a thought, on the idea even.
You would have to bring this up with Professor Huddleston.
I would very much like to attend that lecture.
5 gold.
I will turn to Eric, our resident treasurer, at this point.
What?
The money lender.
I will look at Gromdar and say, like, are you sure you want to... I understand that you're trepidatious about this, but... if you want to attend the lecture, then... and
I will just
rummage
observe.
through my pack and give you a few gold coins.
I'll just observe. I will try not to make a scene out of things.
Hmm.
Okay. Yep. You you hand over the coins to the receptionist, who sort of takes a quick look, and then scribbles down a few notes, and then pulls out a stamp and stamps it. The lecture is in Hall 15B. You can't really miss it. We hope you enjoy your learnings.
Fair enough. I will let you drag my token to the correct, because they are not marked for me, sadly.
Are you going there right now on your own, or?
Actually, I'll wait again. I'll check when the lecture is, as in.
It's already in progress. You would be attending midwifery.
In that case, I do. Time is of the essence. So.
All right.
I will just ask everyone where they are headed, so in case something happens, we can meet up.
So are you going to wait for Violet and tell them to come back in, and then head off?
Yes.
Okay. Beric, how about yourself?
Beric is kind of, Gromdar is certainly very determined. He has not been kind of surprising. But, once he, he realizes, okay, this is important to him, he'll, okay, fine, fair enough. Beric is currently not, doing anything specific, and if Gromdar is antsy to leave, I guess he's also not open for a conversation.
Okay.
Did we see any restaurants on the way in?
Oh, there are a few. Thought about the place, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did any of... I was going to say, well... I mean, when a question comes up of, where are we going to meet or whatever, well, Talon is hungry. He's going to suggest, well, look, we're going to go and get some food. How about Beric? Not Beric. How about Gromdar comes to the restaurant once he's finished? And we just...
I was actually going to ask. Hold on.
Sure, go for it.
I've heard that Herr Alpenheimer had an apprentice. A spiritual apprentice, if you will.
Oh, Professor Alpenheimer?
Yes.
I would imagine that Professor Alpenheimer had many proteges and followers.
Any of them teach here?
Oh, well, Professor Alpenheimer, he died many years ago. We do not really have... We may have people who have been taught by people of him. Of course. Professor Alfinia. Alfinia. Yeah.
Alfinia.
Yeah, she was a friend of Professor Alpenheimer, so she might know him.
Where can one find her?
Yeah.
Professor Alfinia. She does not lecture often. She keeps regular office hours. I believe she would have gone home for the evening now, but I can I can organize. If you wish to see her, she has a fixed meeting fee of 20 gold.
She has a meeting fee?
Professor
That's rich.
Alvinia is a celebrity. She is one of the people who are present for the Warforged project and the other contributions that Praxis made to end the war.
That is respectable, but is she above the authorities of this investigation?
What investigation?
That we told
Didn't
you
actually
about?
explain.
You did not tell her.
I told her there was an investigation, and she kind of ignored me.
He did tell.
I don't think there was much for her to add, but what you're proposing is we're actually questioning her as a witness, perhaps?
Yeah.
The problem is our interest in the Warforged isn't really connected to the rest of the investigation.
She doesn't have to know that.
Well,
I think you have to actually present why they're suspected.
If Professor Alvinia is involved in some kind of investigation, I would expect you to seek a representative of the academs.
yeah, well, we're not.
Would you be so kind to let her know about our investigation and if she has interest to answer some of our questions? Or maybe ask us some?
So what are the key points of the investigation that you're telling her about? So just so I can have this noted down.
It pertains to an international incident that's connected to Warforged.
A national incident connected to Warforged. Are you giving any other specifics?
I am not, but there's other people in the room, so...
Well,
In this very specific case, I don't think that Barrett would be comfortable lying, so he's
Okay,
going to
fair
be
enough.
quiet.
Okay. I'm not going to make you roll about this because, to be honest, the lady doesn't care if you're lying or not. She's just like, okay.
I'm not actually lying. We got 2 separate cores. I want to know what's up. How is this not pertaining to investigation?
Well, your investigation currently is on a ring of slavers and the like. The Warforged have appeared in this, but not necessarily. Anyhow, it doesn't matter. It's
Fair enough.
You could definitely infer perhaps that the Warforged are involved. So, very well. I will send a message to Professor Alvinia. How can we contact you?
should we give them the address of the apartment?
Yeah. We'll do that.
Okay, very well. If Professor Alvinia decides that she wishes to talk to you, then she will contact you.
Fair enough. Thank you.
And hi, Ari, and no, Wizard's not dead. He might be joining us shortly.
He is a zombie,
Hey,
but
Ari.
it's temporary.
He's down the pub getting drunk, as far as we know.
Okay, so before that discussion with Professor Alvinia, I believe the suggestion was that everyone went and got a meal, apart from Gromnar, who was going to go and talk to Professor Huddleston.
Well, he's going to sit in on the lecture anyway.
Yeah. Is that the
wanna
plan that
sit
everyone's
on-
going with? Or?
I want to
Yeah.
sit on a lecture too.
Okay. Well, she's more than welcome to play. He's like, yeah. Who would you like to sit on?
What are the options?
Well, there's Professor Livingstein and his Warforged propagation technologies. Obviously, you know, her Professor. Gotta write down the genders here. We're going to go mad. And Professor Huddleston, the Templar Technologies, the Equality League, and the propagation of the
Temple
Gauntlet.
Technologies? That's the ones.
Templar Technologies.
Templar Technologies. Okay.
That's the one Gromdal's going to. I mean, I'd
That's
really
what
like
he's
to
going
go to see the Templar. For crying out loud, the Warforged lecture, but Talon has no cash on him, so he's just like, well, I can't afford that. That sucks.
If I see
you
him
ask-
interested, I will
Yeah.
give him money.
We still have money in the party fund. We can.
I know, but I already owe you guys a rather cold.
It's information
It's 5
that we
gold.
need. And what's the third option?
Sorry, the third option was the Equality League and dissemination and refinement of Gauntlet technologies.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and see that one.
They're good. And finally, Professor Sternlinger with his dwarven forging techniques.
Boring.
I mean, unless that gives me the actual smith tools proficiency, I think I'll pass.
Yes, one lesson and you become a smith.
Exactly. No. That's what I'm saying.
A college this is.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
No, I think I'll pass. When everybody can go to their lectures, I'll make myself busy.
Wiz is in the other voice chat.
I noticed. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Don't worry, he pinged up in the chat.
Cool.
Thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me.
We might have him join during a bio break.
I guess that is actually a fair point. So what I will say is, as you guys are sort of discussing and starting to purchase things, you notice Wesley basically walking through and going, "What did I miss?" And at that point, we'll have a bio break so that people I can give Wiz a bit of a download on what's happened so far. People can watch the recap if they haven't already, and we can then start off with the lectures when everyone's back. If that sounds good.
Okay.
Sounds amazing.
Sounds good.
And we're back. Thanks everybody for hanging around. We've all fed and watered, and I've caught Wiz a bit up to speed on where he is. So, yes, Wesley, you had headed off to go and talk to your information broker friend, and after having a bit of a discussion with them, you made your way to the Collegica, where you had been informed your friends were. And after you had handed over your weapon at the front gate, talking to the Academs, the police force of the Collegica, you made your way to the open doors to the reception area, where you found your compatriots sort of seemingly discussing about attending various lectures as you walk through the door.
Table Tales, the high school drama.
Are we gonna do a song?
So what I miss? Are we going to take classes or what's going on?
Wesley, did you do your homework?
No,
Well, exams is next week, dude.
I'm not ready for the test.
Well,
I need at least a lunch break.
Would you like to attend a lecture about Dwarven smithcraft?
That is an option.
Is there one about Elven? With,
Reinforcements. Oh no.
Wesley will walk up to the counter.
Lectures are 5 gold per lecture per person.
Right. Does anyone have 5 gold?
Yeah, you.
How did you lot get let in here?
You know, you are sitting there servicing us, so be nice.
ooh.
Are you trying to intimidate her with this, or just sort of snapping out the comment?
You know what? I'll try to intimidate, but I'll probably fail.
You've got charisma.
Bags of it.
19.
19.
Well done.
As you make that sharp comment, you see her starting to sort of, step forward in the case of, trying to justify it. And then she looks at you, your compatriots, and, the sort of almost cool contempt you have for it, and then glances down at your gauntlet, and you see the lady just cower down.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave her alone to, boil in
Think
that.
things through.
So, if Wesley will visit the Smith one, we'll basically cover all the bases.
Our bases, yeah.
So just for your own edification there, Wesley, the options are the lectures which are happening tonight. There is Professor Livingstein, who is doing a lecture on Warders and the Warforged Propagation Initiative. Professor Huddleston, who is investigating Templaric technologies. The Dwarven Smith Sternlinger, who is discussing Dwarven forging. And the Equality League, who is discussing Gauntlet Reformation technologies.
Right. Well, I guess I can attend, but I need money.
Barrick will pay for Wesley out of the party fund in his pack.
I'll pay for Talon
Oh, thank you.
out of my money.
Yep, you hand
By the
over-
way,
yes.
out of curiosity, what happened to the 175 gold or so that Violet got?
98.
What do you mean?
You don't know about them.
Okay.
And we haven't had the opportunity to, go back home yet and discuss anything, so.
Okay. So nothing happened.
No.
Fair enough then. Yes, Violet has not announced that, revealed that, or said that to anybody.
Yeah, I'm not Barrick. I'm not gonna sit in the middle of this little town and yell,
We have
"Hello,
gold."
We have gold. Exactly.
Attention, burglars! Okay, so I guess in this case it's a question of who wants to go first, because you're all sort of splitting up again, so there's going to be...
Yep, we're splitting up literally one per person.
You can do me first. I just got here.
Okay, so you're going to see Sternlinger and Dwarven Forging. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you are led down the corridor this way, Wesley, through the open door. You wander off in this direction, eventually heading down this corridor.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, hopping along. Bum. This doesn't make it look so goofy. And this is the lecture hall to which you are to attend, as the door smacked you in the face, apparently.
Rude. Oh.
And you can see there are numerous forges about, numerous anvils, various different materials on tables, people learning. And you see one dwarven individual who seems to be wandering around, sort of making statements and adjusting people's technique. The entire area is ringing with the sound of forging, clanking, and slamming of metal on metal.
Okay. I guess I'll walk up to him. I assume it's the one.
As you move towards him, you sort of head this way.
Oh.
To this fellow here with the large hammer.
Okay.
Hey, you're late.
Agnostic.
Sorry, I just signed in. I'm here for the lecture.
Ugh. And what Smithfield experience do you have, laddie?
Not much apart from using weapons.
Using weapons. And you think that using weapons gives you sufficient knowledge to make weapons?
Nope, that's why I'm here to learn.
You know what? I like that attitude. It takes a brave man to announce how stupid he is.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my god.
We got stone salve, but not burn salve. Damn.
That's true.
All right then, laddie. Come over with me. I'll try and give you a bit of a basic introduction. Now, if you head over to this here table with me, and he sort of walks past you and heads towards the table. All right,
Aye.
Here you see, and the table is piled high with various different, I guess, make me an untrained intelligence test.
Ooh.
Intelligence is good though for him.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's bad for Wiz, good for Wesley. It's one of those odd situations.
Just like... I'm not prepared.
No one is. I'm going to have to call this episode I Am Not Prepared. I've heard it so many times.
21.
Nice.
Nice.
It's got a lot of intelligence.
He's a wizard.
Yeah. Harry.
Harry.
Oh, the
Nice.
jinx is terrible.
Amazing.
All right.
Oh my goodness me.
Okay. So you so you look at these things, and the professor, the Smith Sternlinger sort of says, "All right, laddie, what do you know about these? And as you look at them, these are all different ores. There's bauxite, there is ferrite, so iron ore, aluminium ore, similar sorts of things. And indeed, in a few of them, you can sort of see... in fact, some of the smaller piles actually contain ores of mithril and adamantine.
I'll basically point them out and name them as I go across them.
And you see Sterling is sort of nodding, going, "Aye, so not completely stupid. Good. Well,
I've been around.
We'll start you here. We'll start you off with basic smelting. All right. So you take some of this here ferrite ore. And what you need to do is you need to put it inside a heating cauldron like this one, and he sort of leads you to what effectively looks like a large iron cup. You put the ore inside here, and you stick it inside the forge, and you got to pay close attention. If you let it cook too long, then any material you make out of it's going to be soft and just basically melt almost. It won't protect nothing. You keep it too short, then it'll have too much carbon in it, turn out to be too brittle, and it'll shatter. So, what you need to do is you need to keep an eye on it until it's roughly this sort of color. And you see him pull out a thick book from his from one of his pouches, and it's got like a certain shade on it. You get it to this color, no more, and you see him sort of gesture up and down. This is kind of like a color swatch, so it sort of goes. The color it's looking at is a sort of a very yellowish orange. And he says, no more, and he's sort of pointing towards the white section, and no less, pointing towards the more orangey red section. You hold it in that position, and until it stops to bubble and you get a certain smell. I'll be looking around, I'll help you out at that stage, and then once you pull it out, we'll be able to pour it and make some ingots.
I'll get right on it. Thank you.
Good lad.
I'll try to memorize the colors and...
Yeah. He actually just rips it out the book and hands it to you. Yeah.
All right, great.
All right. Okay. So you've got so what do you do?
I guess I'll put the ferrite in the cup that he gave me.
The smelting chalice. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll head to the fire.
The forge.
The forge.
He's an expert, people.
Clearly.
There's numerous forges. There are a couple unattended ones, so you can obviously get to them.
I'll take the closest.
Okay. Yeah. So you wander over there. All right. Yep. And then what do you do?
I guess the next step is to stick the cup in the fire.
Okay. And how are you doing that?
Are they like handles or extensions or whatnot?
So after you sort of stand there for a few moments, paused and looking at the at this forge with the thing in your hand, a young scholar turns up and walks up next to you. You seem to be having some trouble.
How do I put this in?
With tongs, mate.
Where are they?
And he points to the side of the forge where they're hanging.
That's what she said.
Oh, great. Thank you.
He just, as you grab the tongs and sort of use them to hold it up, he just walks away and goes, "No, about bloody tongs."
Alright, so I'll leave me alone. I'll use the tongs to hold the smelting cup, and I'll hold it into the forge.
Okay. All right.
And I'll pay attention to the color changes.
Cool. Well, you stick it in there and you hold it, and that's going to take some time. So while you're doing that, we shall head back in time and in location to our group over here. Who is next on the list of going to go attend a lecture.
Do
Well, if no one else
alphabetical.
wants
It
to,
doesn't.
I
It
could.
doesn't matter.
Alphabetical. Okay, reverse
Then it's-
alphabetical. Starting with Wesley, so that would be Violet.
Am I,
Didn't
I did it to
anticipate
myself.
that.
Let's go.
Wait, is V is before? Wait, A B C D F G.
W X Y and Z.
Yep. So V is after T. Excellent. Okay, I will move your. So unfortunately for myself, that your Violet token appears to be a blank one. I don't know what's happened. It's a bit of a glitch, but
It's all good.
but I'm just. But we shall trust it. So you actually end up way over here, and you are heading towards one of the largest side laboratories.
Oh shit. Okay.
Do you know what your token is, or do you need me to send you the location?
Hold on. I'm trying to move my.
can double
Oh, there,
click on it.
there I am.
if
No,
you,
I'm
if you
here.
double,
I'm here.
yeah, if you double click on your name, you'll go straight to it.
Ah,
Yeah.
great. I should have done that.
And they are. Okay. Cool. And yeah, as you get close, you're able to open the doors and head inside.
Whoa, this never happens in D&D. I walk in.
Yes. This place is pretty abandoned at this point in time.
Oh.
There are only a few people in here
Oh, that's so cool.
who
That is super cool.
are not actually as highly armed as they appear, but unsurprisingly, they don't allow me to make non-highly armed people in D&D miniatures. For some reason, they assume everyone's going to be fighting.
Yeah.
Shocker, that one, isn't it?
Do I hear anyone talking or?
Yeah, they
giving
are
the
all
lecture?
talking to each other. You see that they have a few different experiments currently running. You can hear crackling electricity. You can hear various things going on, and you do notice that all three people who are down here are wearing gauntlets. There appears to be a dwarf, a dragonborn, and a human.
Oh shit! Sorry, I didn't mean to jump down.
They are. Yep. And as you open, they all sort of go quiet and turn and look at you and go. And the human sort of takes a step forward and goes, sorry, are you here for the
You?
lecture?
Yes, I am.
I apologize. You may be our only attendee. I'm Professor Huddleston. No, sorry, wrong one. I am Professor Dominique.
Dominique.
Yes. There's a lot of names. You only have to remember one.
Yeah, but I'm
bit,
pretty
Rick.
sure you've changed this guy's name 3 times now.
It's
I know
fine.
these were the Equality League. I never technically gave them a name.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Professor
So
Dominique.
you, all three of you, would be teachers then?
I'm the professor. These are my two students. We are we have been contracted by the members of the Equality League, specifically Lady Entris, if you've heard of her.
Have I?
Make me an. This would probably be like intelligence with
prob-
disadvantage, I think, at this point. Or
Yeah, she'd probably have to be
charisma.
famous for me to know her.
She is fairly famous, but also not from an area where you're from, so.
Yeah. Intelligence.
The name certainly hasn't come up since we've been here.
No.
11.
11. No, not a name you're familiar with.
Seems about right.
Yes, I apologize. I haven't really got many notes. I suppose, I guess if you have any questions, you can just start asking them and I'll try and answer them.
I have so many. How do they work?
The gauntlets or our new technologies?
Well, let's start with the ones that we do have, because I wanted to break mine so many times and look what's inside, but illegal.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, we have special dispensation, obviously, to investigate them. They're a fascinating fusion of Arcanotech and raw magic themselves. To be honest, we're been amazed that they were able to create them when they did. The technology is very advanced. Yes, so it's effectively in a similar fashion to how one might measure light by observation. They appear to mostly be observational. They feel the flow of magic through a person and are able to calculate what that might correspond to. And you're aware of the spell Detect Magic, I assume?
I am, yeah.
Yes. So, as they're also able to gauge the school of the magic and also somewhat the intent, they're able to ascertain whether or not the magic being used was hostile or was, I suppose, neutral would probably be the best way. They don't really scan for beneficial magic, but one might think they should. And because of that, they are able to register, well, as you are aware, if dangerous spells were cast. We haven't as yet been able to ascertain how they're able to alert the Templars to this feature. That's something which the Templars appear to be keeping under their hats, which is, it very much so against the sharing of knowledge, but...
I understand.
Yes.
Do you think it would be able to clock the divine magic as well?
Oh, yes, most assuredly. We've, and she turns to her dwarf. This actually, he is not an arcanist. He's volunteered to wear a gauntlet in order to test this feature. He is a cleric of Moradin. This is my friend.
I'm gonna nod at him, acknowledging his existence.
Yes, this is my friend Delos, student of this academy. Former priest and, he sort of says what? Still a priest, just I am a man of many talents.
Well, what a field to dabble in.
Yeah. And I must admit, I had not fully appreciated how society changes when you wear a gauntlet until I was doing it for this project. I am somewhat, the veil has somewhat been torn from my eyes, and I had always believed that it was incorrect, but now I have much stronger feelings on the matter.
Ah. That's good.
Aye. That is why I am hoping that Professor Dominique's studies will actually allow us to put forward their new suggestion as a gauntlet replacement and reformation.
So what's the technology that's going to replace it?
Yes, please come this way. And she sort of takes you over to what is effectively a mannequin of sorts, with what appears to be some kind of amulet around its neck. This, we have been able to remove the sections for simply clocking of magic. They seemed unnecessary except as a raw taxation purpose, and quite frankly, that appears to be, bullshit.
I agree.
Yes, dare say how much of my own personal funds have gone towards magics which in the end have been simply cast for the benefit of everyone involved, but that's neither here nor there. That's a matter of politics, and this is a place of science and learning. Still bullshit, though. Yes, but it simply registers, in this case, hostile versus any other kind of magic. And effectively, if one were to cast a Hodjar magic, one moment, and you sort of see her place the professor place her hand on the amulet and gesture towards a target, and a ball of fire, not fireball, but a bolt of fire lances out and strikes the target. And you see her pull her hand away and go, and here, yes, see? Do you see what's changed?
Do I see what changed?
As you look closer, so the gauntlet has always had this amulet does resemble the same sort of patterns that you normally see in a gauntlet. only now they appear fractured.
Huh.
Yes. So, when a magus casts a hostile spell, this will cause the amulet to break. Now, obviously, if a magus had to do this for some reason, or self-defense or defense of others or similar, then they would simply have to announce that they had done so, much in the same way that, say, a guardsman had been forced... not a guardsman, a traveller, an adventurer, had been forced to draw a sword and defend themselves in that fashion, and then might be discovered with bloody sword. So would a magus be discovered with broken amulet. Mm-hmm. And, obviously then the legal system would kick in, and once, hopefully, the magus is found innocent of the crime of the self-defense, then they would simply get another amulet, or indeed we are looking into methods of repairing this, but that is obviously a step in the future once we have found funding.
I do not want to presume myself to be above your level of smarts. Mm-hmm. But may I try and demonstrate the shortcomings of this invention?
Oh, assuredly. We have some spares. What do you intend to do, may I ask?
Well, it's gonna approach the mannequin, take the amulet, and remove it from the mannequin.
The broken one or a fresh one?
The broken one.
Okay, you take it off, yeah.
Ta-da!
I'm confused.
If I want to cast a fireball and I have an amulet that will detect that, I will remove the amulet, I will cast a fireball, and I will put it back on.
Ah, very clever. Yes, but we have actually considered that in our operation. And with that, the professor takes another amulet. Now, watch this. As I place it upon my head, wait a few moments, and you see the amulet sort of glow slightly and then recede. And now watch. And they take it off, and the amulet shatters. Ta-da!
I see. Well, that's definitely, not a gauntlet.
No.
But still something...
Oh, I'm sorry, yes?
But it still makes sure that you're punished for casting magic, yes?
Hostile magic only.
What is hostile magic?
Magic that
what
can
is
be
a
damaging.
firebolt when it's used to light up a campfire?
A waste of magic.
It's a cantrip.
You could use prestidigitation to do that.
What if I like to do it with a pizzazz?
Well, I mean, technically speaking, then what if you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But I have been employed by Dominique. Yes, I have been employed by the Equality League in an attempt to find, for lack of a term, a stopgap solution, a compromise, as it were, between the two, and also some method of removing taxation from mages, because that is causing an economic imbalance as well.
Well, buying an amulet every time you cast a spell that is considered, and she will do air quotes, hostile magic. Whose pocket is that coming from?
That would, well, with any luck, that would hopefully be from the government. After all, they're the ones who want to do police magic, then they should have some method of doing so. And I also intend to, we have an intent to try and discover methods of spells which might repair, or techniques which may repair the amulet, I suppose.
Could you cast mending on it?
No, that wouldn't work. It's too complicated.
Professor Dominic, I hate to see your gift wasted on perfecting this means of control that shouldn't exist in the first place.
I dislike them as well, but the essence of compromise is that neither side is happy with the solution. Now, if we can get to this point, then hopefully we will be able to move forward into the point of full-on repeal. But that is my hope, anyway.
I see. Well, I wish you luck.
Yes, I am I'm sorry. I can see that you're disappointed, but
I am disappointed that a gift that could uplift a person is used to downcast them instead.
we have to understand the world in which we live. But I am disappointed as well.
Then maybe, if the time is right, remember my name?
What was your name?
Violet Sky.
Violet. Oh, marvelous name. Are you a member of the Equality League? We're always looking for new members. If there are enough of us together, then we can push through legislation inside the government.
Let's say I am in spirit.
Well, if you decide to become one in reality, then we have people all over the place.
Sure. What is your call sign?
Oh, we have various offices, but we would have liked to have used a broken chain to represent ourselves, but unfortunately the AML stole that. It was unexpected. So we have decided to go with this, and she hands over a pamphlet which has, the Equality League and that sort of stuff, and in fact it even has a small section about it's sort of like almost like a newsletter, so it's got like information on it and stuff. So there is actually a section about Lady Yentris at the bottom of it as well, and indeed Professor Dominique and their work, but the symbol in itself is effectively to two hands clasped together, with and that's all, just two hands clasped together, as in like a handshake.
Right. Like forearm kind of clasp, right?
Yeah.
And she will say, could I... And she'll try to lead her away from the other two?
And she sort of turns, one moment, please, Delos. Scarg.
And she'll say, it's hard for me to imagine a better place to have a side research, if you will. If somebody is looking into a technology, one could figure out a way to combat or disable it, no?
You see her wait for a couple moments and then gesture slightly, almost surreptitiously, and you sort of feel the air around you somewhat solidify. I don't really know you, so all I can really say in that regard is I am obeying all of the laws and restrictions that have been placed upon me for the study of gauntlets. I am most assuredly not stepping outside the bounds of my research.
Well, if you would know me, you would know that I don't obey any of the laws. And I was looking to find a friend.
I'm sure that you... I guess at this point, give me a bit of a persuasion roll, I'd think, at this point, yeah.
As she is leaned into me, I will crack the gauntlet open. Do I get an advantage?
I'll allow it with that, yeah.
$21.
21. That's pretty convincing. You see Professor Dominique look at you, look back, and very quickly, actually, as you unclasp your gauntlet, she reaches down and locks it together again. And then she sort of takes your arm and kind of tries to examine it a bit, if you allow her.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is very good work.
Thank you.
Okay. I hope you understand that I'm going to use abstract language here.
Absolutely.
I get the feeling that I can trust you, but I cannot let my guard down at this stage.
I prioritize your safety as well. Trust me.
If one were to have access to these gauntlets and their underlying capabilities, then there's a lot of things that one might be able to find out. And might be able to discover about capabilities which these gauntlets are claimed to have, but may not. While it would be difficult for one to fully test such things, as to do so would involve, well, acts which one would not be able to justify to the authorities or to their sponsors.
Understandable.
It would appear that some capabilities relating to hostile magics and their interactions with members of law enforcement may have been exaggerated. A rumor of such. But an investigator might find it hard to find these capabilities, if you understand.
I think I do. I hope I do.
Yes, I'm afraid that's about as much as I feel comfortable.
Well, let's say as somebody who operates inside the law, how would you like to have a right outreaching hand that can operate outside it? Whatever you need, schematics, one that is real and open for you to look into. Tell me what to do.
Dominique sort of looks at you for a few moments, and then kind of she reaches forward to sort of take back the pamphlet that she gave you.
Mm-hmm.
I probably would not be the person to ask about that. I am observed, but there might be others who could aid you. And as she hands it back to you, you notice that her finger rests upon Lady Yentress's name.
Oh.
Lady, what was it?
Yentress. Yennntris.
The one I was asked about before.
Yeah.
The one that's famous, but I don't know. Okay.
Yep.
Got it. Violet will nod and say, well, I would hate to disrupt your research any further.
You have been informative, and I hope that you have learned.
I have.
Good.
Have a nice day.
And you.
Goodbye. And she will do.
Okay. So yes, as Violet, as you head off, we shall once again rewind clock and position, because my party decided, hey, let's go in 4 different directions.
Let's go to school.
So if we're following backwards alphabet, I believe it is Talon who's next on the list.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So Talon, you instead are sent out this way.
Oh, let me just jump to my token. Yep.
Oh god, I can't hold down the arrow key. I have to keep pressing.
You can't just drag
You
and
can
drop
just
me.
drag.
I know I could, but at this point I've gone too far. And
the
you are entering here, where there is actually an honest-to-God lecture happening.
Is that a flying warforged?
It's an actual warforged.
They're supposed to be resting on the tables, but the problem is
Can you
they
not knock
spin
them
like
out?
this.
Fair.
It's terrible, isn't it?
Ooh, that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Actually, it looks fine on my end. Weird.
Okay. So yes, as you enter, you can hear, you see the professor at the top. Make me a perception roll, Talon, as you go inside.
I can do that. Let's take my notes. Perception, you say?
Perception, I say.
Perception roll is a 9.
A 9. Okay, so you walk in and you just hear the person saying, based upon the technologies which were first perfected by Professor Alpenheimer and his team, as you can see, this was the construction methodology used for the generation von Warforged. Now, these used as the core, which unfortunately at this point has been lost to us. Professor Alpenheimer determined that this core was unstable, quickly developed the Mark II core, then followed on with the Mark III core, and you see him just gesturing at diagrams on the board behind him very quickly, until finally perfecting it with the Mark V core. These 3 samples, and as you look to your right, Talon, there are 3 clankers. 2 lying down on tables, 1 standing there. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, come on, Talon.
Aww.
Buddy.
Oh, that's an 8. Oh, shit.
PTSD.
Inspiration?
Yeah, he was. I probably should take. Yeah, I will take inspiration for that because I really need to save against this.
Okay.
14.
14. Your heart leaps into your mouth. There are 3 Warforged there. Everyone is sitting down like there aren't 3 freaking Warforged there. But as they sort of turn and look at them, you notice that although these are Warforged, they're not moving. They're inert, and you've only ever seen that in dead ones before.
Okay. Right. Once Talon's got control of his faculties, there was 3 examples of cores that he mentioned.
He actually went up to 5, so the Mark V core.
Right. Okay. I mean, it's probably going to be rather difficult for Talon to gauge at this point, but he has seen 2 different cores. Does he have any idea what grade they might have been?
As you have a look at the board and you examine the various extremely technical diagrams, make me an intelligence check.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Why you gonna be like this ass?
18!
Yes!
18!
Wow.
What the fuck is this? Wow!
We sent our special boy to the most important one. And he aced it.
Unbelievable. Okay.
Hey, he has spent a lot of time looking at this.
So, yes, you are drawing a lot from the fact that you have, in fact, basically held on to some kind of core for some time. And, well, I believe Violet didn't give you the second core, is that correct?
No, but he
No.
sat and examined it.
So you sat and examined it, yep.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure I know where it is. But, yeah, so you have had a look at it. As you look at the board... in its totality. So the diagrams get more complex and indeed more, I should say, sort of technically descriptive the further on you go until you get to the Mark V core, which basically has like labeled parts, even if you don't understand what half of the words mean. The 5th one's got like transduction, flow array, and flux capacitor written into it. So
Yeah,
it's like going, yeah.
It's literally just, can he tell which grade the cores are?
Yes, but so you can tell, and it's actually mostly because the first 2 cores are they seem to be almost drawn on, as it were. Your core appears to be a grade 1, the one that was said that he attempted to construct, so Alpenheimer constructed originally, but then didn't have the requisite parts. The core from the spherical clanker, the one that you destroyed recently, that appears to be a grade 2 core, the one that was listed as being unstable.
Oh.
Right, okay, that's fine. That's just so I know what potential grades those cores are for any questions Talon might have. Okay. Right, also, Talon is standing there like a lemon, having just walked in through the door.
Yep, and as the professor sort of has gestured to the side to the Warforged, he does see you sort of standing there and go, another observer. Please take a seat. My name is Professor Livingstein. I am teaching Warforged with the definition of the Warforged Propagation Initiative for the re-establishment of Warforged as useful parts of society, machines for manufacturing, and similar. What is your name?
Talon.
Talon, good. Do you have any background in this?
Kinda.
I have some experience with very old Warforged.
Really? Well, please, and you see the professor walk over to what appears to be some kind of bike with pedals.
Oh,
Of course.
no! No!
Okay, by the
was
show
so
of hands, who
happy
wants to
when-
burn Futura to the ground? Come on.
I was so happy when the forge in the forge room wasn't
Me.
pedal powered.
They've already got some idiot behind the scenes just pedaling like mad.
Yep.
Talon, you notice that as Professor Livingstein moves across, well, this has been an awkward thing. They don't have biological legs. Their legs appear to be some kind of machinery.
Oh, crap. Okay. So this man is part Warforged is what I'm getting for this.
Yes, and indeed, as you notice this, you also notice that one of their arms is also mechanical. That's something that you would have noticed if you hadn't nutmegged the perception roll.
Oh.
Well, I mean, if a nutmegged perception roll is what I get to trade for that intelligence roll, I'll take it.
That's and yes, Professor Livingstein begins to cycle with the mechanical legs. That doesn't appear to strain them at all. And the board begins to rotate as they do so, and revealing a number of different snapshots of various Warforged. So, Mr. Talon, you have knowledge of ancient Warforged? Such as any of these?
Talon's probably either heard or seen of quite a few of these.
You have indeed. That there are a number of them that you recognize, including the Fiery Death Machine, the Rolly Death Machine, the Crushy Death Machine, the Slicey Death Machine, and by far one of the most terrifying, the Melty Death Machine that comes out of the ground when you're not expecting it.
Yeah, alright, well these are the names that Talon's going to be using to describe them, but he's also going to be adding on to probably reasonably on-the-nose descriptions of their capabilities, so he's probably just spouting all of this rubbish in literally just stream of consciousness babble. He's just going, well, that one does this, this, and this. That one does this, this, and this, and it's called this. That one does this, this, and it's called that. So, and he's just, yeah.
The class begins to sort of titter at your descriptions, especially when you sort of say, and then it sort of drips to greenish, gooey stuff, and that turns you into liquids. But the professor seems to be nodding along, going, and then eventually, when the class is getting very raucous, he goes, "Silence! Well, despite your lack of scientific vocabulary and acumen, I cannot deny that these are accurate descriptions of the capabilities of these Warforged. Most impressive. These Warforged were all destroyed long ago. So, you have this. How was this described to you in some fashion by a parent, perhaps, or?
No, I helped destroy some of them. The rest we ran away from.
begging pardon for the rudeness of this question, but how old are you?
He doesn't actually know.
His fingers. I'm this old.
Yeah, it's probably like a moment of floating at fingers trying to work it out. But 19, I think is probably pretty close to the ideal guess.
Young man, I do not appreciate jokes in my class. There is no way that anyone at the age of 19 would have been able to, well, find any of these creatures, let alone fight them. And besides, they were destroyed decades, centuries ago almost.
In Paraxis, maybe, yes.
So, all throughout the Alliance.
There's other places in the world than just the Alliance.
Well, obviously, yes. There's the Empire, and there is the wasteland and lawless regions in between them. But those are not... Are you attempting to tell me that you have come from the Empire? Because...
Not from the Empire. I grew up in the lawless lands.
of course you did. Well, that explains why you think... Yes, another one from one of those places. Let me guess. Krios is your home?
Seawards, but yes.
Seawards! Oh, even worse. Look, while I imagine that there may be a few of these somewhat wandering around, they are many centuries old by now, and even our latest Mark V cores, they are rated for several decades at most. No. Class, while it would appear that this individual is somewhat well read, I do not believe you can take any of their thoughts on face value.
Right, well, Talon is just going to slump over to a seat to sit down and listen to the rest of this.
Good. Well, if you are willing to learn, then I am willing to teach. And he continues talking. The majority of the technical stuff goes over your head. I mean, even with an at 20, I'm sorry, it goes over your head. This is completely out of your field of study. But yeah, and that sort of stuff. But what you do pick up on is a section of the lecture where he turns onto the Warforged Propagation Initiative. Because it starts off with him stating out like this.
Mm-hmm.
Undoubtedly, all of you have noticed that I am part Warforged, I suppose would be the statement. A cyborg, as is the name. Not an android. Very different. Cyborg. Yeah. I, through simple random genetics, which is not the way that any species should go about propagating itself, but there we are, was born absent of limb of leg or limb of mine left arm, simple nubbins, and my family believed that I would not survive. But I challenged them. While my limbs were weak, my mind was strong. I refused to allow the frailties of my own body to prevent this. Now, it was difficult for me to study Warforged. This unscientific bias which the community has towards Warforged is untenable. But here in the Collegica, I was granted special permission for my studies. Now, this has meant that I can no longer leave the Collegica. My limbs are a crime outside of this fine, noble institution.
Colleges.
And that is why we must work with the Warforged Propagation Initiative. Warforged are tools. They are not weapons. They are only weapons in the hands of those that wield them. They have given me my limbs. They could restore the ability to those who lose them as well. they can do tasks for us. We would no longer need to pedal.
I can just
Amorphic cars, you know?
yeah, if Violet was there, okay, now you have my attention.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, Talon's probably making some chicken scratch notes. He's probably really annoying this student that he's just borrowed the desk of, because the only free desk is completely out of view of the whole lecture, so he's just borrowed the corner of this person's desk. Scribbling down notes in it's also all in Celestial as well.
And even worse, he sort of sat down next to this guy and went, "Can I borrow some paper?" And they're like, "Sure." "Can I borrow a pen?" "Sure." "Can you teach me how to write?"
No, he's writing it in Celestial. He can write.
How do you spell that?
Yeah. What did he mean when he said transdistibulator?
Yeah, that's the sort of thing he's pretty good.
How do you spell cyborg in Celestial? I don't know that word.
Well,
Yeah, there isn't a cyborg word. It's like sort of, Celestial, cyborg, android.
well, he's probably kind of just like metal person or something along those lines. He's going with the best approximation he can get.
Yeah. So we must vote on the initiative to put forward the Ball Fortification Initiative. We must relight the forge. We must restore the glory to Futura. And as he says that, you do watch as several people sort of start clapping.
Talon's just kind of going to glance up and across at them. He's just going to carry on making his notes as best he can.
Aye. But he continues in this vein for some time. Is there anything in particular you might ask him, or are you just keeping notes?
I am keeping notes at the moment. I am intending to stay after the lecture to talk to him.
Okay.
One-on-one. Talon has some things he wants to say, but he doesn't want to say it in front of an entire room of people that probably agree with him.
That's fair. Okay, so as you're in there studying, we will come back to you at the point when the lecture ends.
That's absolutely fine.
And I believe next on the list is Gromdar, who was going to see Professor Huddleston for Templaric Technologies.
Yes.
I'm not going to walk you this time, I'm too tired. Okay, boom! You end up over here into what looks kind of scarily like a medical testing facility. Actually, I'm going to, rather than dropping you straight in there, I'm going to leave you in the corridor outside. You're over here, just for your reference. And yes, you can see through the doorway. This does look medical. There are beds, medical beds. There are people are wearing medical clothing. What do you do?
Okay. Mole is probably like... Mole is sensing, this is a dissection chamber. Gromda does not know this. So I'm going to knock on the door.
Okay. You knock on the door. After a few moments, a scientist seems to come over. Yes, and... Oh! You're here, finally. Come this way. And they grab you by the arm and start pulling you inside.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm sorry, you've been expecting me?
Yes, please. Here, sit down. And they take you over to a bed.
Ass. I hate you right now.
Of course you do. That's our standard way of life.
Okay, I let myself be dragged.
Okay, they put you on the table. They ask you to sit on the table.
Shouldn't it be a seat instead? I thought this was supposed to be a lecture.
Oh, it is. Don't worry. Just lie back, and the lecture will begin once we've got you strapped in.
I'm sorry, what?
You're here to give the samples, yes?
I think you have me confused with someone else. I paid the tuition. I paid the fee of 5 gold to take part of this lecture.
Oh. I am sorry. The professor said that he had sent around a missive to the Templars in the Protector's offices nearby, if they would be willing to send around someone to give samples so that we can continue our research. We assumed that you'd come to fulfill the request.
In the interest of maintaining a good relationship with Paraxis and its subsequent institutes, I might be amenable to leaving some samples, but you would have to give me the specifics of said samples.
Depends upon the level. We'd obviously appreciate taking some readings of you when you utilize your abilities. Some blood samples, skin samples, some hair samples, bone marrow, a brain biopsy if you would be amenable to it.
A lot of those might reveal your capabilities a bit beyond what you were expecting.
They might also cut you open for most of those.
Why is it that I always get a piece in my game where somebody's about to get their brain cut open?
Because you keep enabling it!
True. You're not wrong.
I could agree to readings, I could agree to blood samples or maybe skin samples. But bone marrow? Brain?
Oh, do you not know what those are? I can explain.
No, I know what those are, but...
They're supposed to be on the inside.
As you're having this discussion, another figure walks up and goes, Charlize, what is going on? Who are you?
I'm not Sergeant Gromd of the Templars. I've come to take part of the lecture. I paid the entry fee.
You're volunteering as a subject. You didn't have to pay if you're volunteering as a subject.
I'm not volunteering as a subject!
Oh. Charlize, if he's not volunteering as a subject, you can't compel him to give samples. Professor, he's here. I apologize. Charlize is passionate.
I have no doubts about that.
I apologize. Yes, I'm afraid the lecture ended. The receptionist should have informed you of this, but yeah, seeing as you're a Templar, I am more than happy to let you give you a summation of the events, and if you would like to choose to give samples afterwards, we could probably compensate you financially.
I could provide some samples, but I'm afraid I will have to personally draw the line at the bone marrow and the brain.
We didn't need a brain bio. Charlize! Think of what we could learn, Professor.
Oh god, we have an Igor on the job.
Well then, if you don't mind coming over here, we will take samples of brain, and you may ask me questions. I assume you are interested in the Templar Technologies initiative.
I'm just double checking here. You do realize you said a sample of brain. I think you meant blood.
Oh, sorry, I meant blood, yes.
Okay, just checking. Just checking.
Probably wise to check if you're going to give blood or brain.
Yes!
What would you like to know?
Well, first I'd like to know what you know of Templaric abilities.
Depressingly little. But the ability to disable mystical capabilities, fracture spells, without yourself having a mystical ability, that is most interesting to us.
I'm just gonna have to send you a quick message here because I need a refresh on a very specific note. Yeah.
So yes, while Gromdar is questioning something about in his unconscious mind.
Yeah, he's like, am I magic?
His unconscious mind. I
how
hope
did
you
this
mean his
happen?
subconscious mind.
Subconscious, unconscious, hyperconscious. Did you want to go to a lecture, by the way, Barrick? I don't believe you did, but
No,
I'm
I was planning on going to the thing I was gonna do while these people were at the lectures.
You're gonna do what while you're at lectures? Sorry.
I was gonna go to the courthouse.
Oh, cool. Yeah, well, okay, we'll handle that afterwards then.
Okay, I'm assuming we know he's going to do that, and we're not going to just go outside and go, where the hell's Beric?
Yeah, I'll guess that you passed on that information to the
He
party,
said,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said that I was gonna run the chores while you guys were
Well,
doing the lectures.
you've been
didn't I?
you've been very cagey about what those chores are, so I'm just making sure we know what you've got.
Oh, there's been so much
There are
caginess.
reasons.
Reasons.
I know there's reasons, it's just, Talon wants to know when you're coming home for dinner.
Yeah,
Don't say that.
I've loved all the caginess so far. We're here to see a person about a subject.
The thing is, like, nobody was talking, and I didn't know what these people wanted at the college. I wanted to go to the forge.
I know.
Well-
But yes, I believe Gromdar has fully queried his subconscious, so...
Okay. So what was the last party said? I'm sorry.
He was describing how he would like to understand how Templars could fracture spells and disrupt magic.
I cannot reveal Templar secrets, I'm afraid. But
Oh,
If
of
the-
course.
if these samples could provide you insight into other matters, though, then by all means.
No, well, I will... They are simply for our use, It is part of our understanding so that we can stop the fear. Everyone out there who is not a Templar is always afraid that they might be confronted with runaway mage. They possess such power at their fingertips. Of course, it drives them to passions. They are not. A pure human is not really... A pure mortal is not really designed to have such powers. They are supposed to be given in some fashion, not simply born with them. It's unnatural.
On a personal note, I've known many children that have grown up quite distraught with the powers.
There's maybe a few that you couldn't isolate, but... the statistics speak for themselves. Mages are involved in many violent crimes. They seem to have financial hardships. It is obvious to anyone that looks at it that their powers are a detriment to themselves and a danger to right-thinking individuals.
I am sorry, Professor, but I do have to interject is that the problem with statistics is that in the process of the statistics, context is lost. You get pure numbers, but never the why of things.
No, I am a scientist. I must deal only with numbers, and you're a Templar. You must have seen these mages. They just simply can't help it. It is part of themselves.
Not always true. Some act out of desperation. Some simply give up and become precisely the thing that society wants to paint them as. But there are some, yes, that would use the powers for their own gain.
Well, most. Like I said, the data is there. Anyhow, if you would hold your arm steady, I will take this blood.
I'm sorry, Professor, but I used to remember that I have a very important appointment.
But this will only take a few moments.
I must refuse, Professor.
This information will benefit you. if Templars are not needed to prevent mystical criminals, then the common man will be able to help you.
And pray tell, if you were able to extract these powers out of me, how will you go about using them?
Well, we would propagate them to right-thinking individuals. You know, those that can be trusted.
Such as...
You know who I mean?
The pure side, perhaps?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard enough. I can imagine, as in, I pull like a the arm of my shirt down and basically storm out of there.
Okay. He is going to try and sort of stop you. You could probably. I mean, are you going to shove him out of the way, or?
I'm gonna shove him to the point that you can just get him out. I'm not gonna shove him to the floor, but basically I've heard enough.
Yeah, you're a highly trained Templar. This guy's a spongy scientist who hasn't really seen a gym in the past 16 years. You just shove him to the side, and he goes, "When they come back, they have tried once already. You will regret you did not help me."
When they come back, we'll be ready for them.
They're already here. He throws down the vial that she was going to sample your blood with. Okay, and you storm off, I take it.
Yep.
Cool.
They're everywhere.
Assholes.
All right, so Beric, if we jump back to your good self, so you wanted to go where?
The courthouse.
The courthouse. As in, the one at the Collegica or the one for...
No, the one for Paraxis. I'm assuming they have late hours. Justice isn't dressed.
Yeah, they have a night court. It's a bit short-lived. Not short-lived, sorry. Short-staffed, that's what I'm looking for.
Short-staffed, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Also, did I actually get the horse license from Klinkerhoff?
You did get a horse license from Klinkerhoff.
Okay, so as I leave the Collegica and stand on the street, I will just casually hold my my bangle with the Foltus symbols on them up, and snap my finger, and boom. The Gleam will stand in front of me.
Sorry, are you casting Find Steed?
I'm casting Find Steed to get him here quickly, yes. Okay. I haven't spent any spells, it's evening. I think that is fair.
I think it's a minute cast time, so yes, you stand there.
Is it a minute cast time? I thought if I do it as an action, it's
I'm pretty
it's
sure Find Steed has a pretty long casting time. I seem to remember that.
It's only in D&D 1.
Yeah.
The change.
Yeah, 10 minutes to cast to get Find Steed working. Actually,
I've been there. So.
Okay, let's say for the sake of this,
I misremembered because in D&D 1 they changed it, so Paladin get the ability to cast it as an action.
That's fair. So for the sake of this, let's say that you were focusing on it as you walked to the street, and then which took 10 minutes.
Yes, that is way cooler.
Yeah, and then boom, yes, you. There's a sort of a shine of light, and then Gleam appears before you. Did you grab your armor and weapons as you were leaving the Collegica?
I don't think that's necessary.
Fair enough. They're quite happy to hold on to them until you need them.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a whole hassle to get them out and then back in again, and.
But Gleam does have your lance if you happen to need it.
Yes, if it actually, if it's necessary, Gleam has the lance.
Yep.
So that's fair.
Okay. All right.
No,
So
I'll just go with my casual clothes and the and my pouch with all my
your badges.
doodads. Mostly badges and scrolls and shit. Yeah.
Apparently, you do need those stinking badges.
I need a lot of stinking badges. I have a lot of badges and cards and memberships and signets and.
This one's for the gym. And this one's for Boltus. Okay, yeah, and you mount up and you head off to the what's the one called? To the courthouse.
Yes.
Okay, you arrive. You do get there.
Is there anywhere to stable neirby?
There's a hitching post. It's also a bike rack, but you can use
I'll
hitching post.
I'll stable Gleam. I'll tie him to the hitching post, and I will pat him on the neck and say, "You have the badge now. You should be fine. But if they come for you again, call me, okay?"
The Gleam nods because you go noise.
Okay. And I will wander into the courthouse.
Yep. There is a clerk behind the desk. It's actually a gnome who's sort of sitting on a rather high chair, looks at you and goes, "Yes, good evening, sir. Are you here for just for a matter of the courts, or do you wish to file a motion?"
He will rummage through his pack, take out a scroll that looks like it hasn't been opened in like 2 years. Take off the seal and to say, "In my office as envoy of the United Fates, I would like to officially report a crime I am pursuing and get an investigation warrant."
Envoy of... Really?
I will hold up the paper to him.
Sorry, I'm just a clerk. I'm going to see if one of the judges is available.
That would be best.
And you seem to sort of dart off down the corridor.
He wraps up the scroll and puts the signet back on.
Well above his pay grade.
He's gone for a bit, and you do actually notice at this point he's just abandoned the front of the house. Like, you're sort of alone in this courthouse. There's a couple of people kind of sleeping on a bench almost, and one guy who looks a little bit drunk and is has handcuffed to the seat. But yeah, this isn't looking very prestigious at this exact point in time.
No, but Beric sits down on a bench to wait and laments not having bought the thermos.
The thermos comes back.
Yeah. As you're,
Are you still on about that?
Yeah, as you sort of sit there for a little bit, you hear of the drunk next to you, the drunk chained up, looks at you and goes, "So what are you in here for?"
I am not in here for anything other than business, good sir.
Yeah, me too. You got any wine?
I'm afraid not. Would you... Can't believe I'm offering this. Would you like me to heal you of your alcoholism? Current drunkenness?
Oh, God, another priest. 9. I am quite happy with my alcoholism. We get along, we are all friends.
Fair enough.
Heal me, my alcoholism. There. At this point, the clerk comes back with a rather old-looking man who sort of comes in. You know, it looks like he's actually might have just been woken up. Like you see that his robes are somewhat disheveled, and you know there's sort of the image of quickly of shaving foam around his face, as if he'd quickly just knocked out a shave.
Oh my!
I will
stand up.
And should we perhaps retire to my chambers to discuss this matter?
That seems like a good idea, Your Honor.
Lock him up, Judge. He doesn't give me wine. Okay, so you leave the atrium and you follow the judge. He takes you through a few different corridors until you get into a rather fine-looking, office, and you see him sort of take a small step back and sit behind his desk, and he gestures for you to sit down and says, tea, a coffee?
Tea, thank you.
Yes, goes over and he basically has a large urn, which he quickly fills with a couple of cups and pulls them over. So, my clerk was somewhat... I'm sorry, you are an envoy of the Unified Faith?
Yes.
This is a rather serious matter, then. May I?
Of course, and I will unfurl the scroll again so he can peruse it.
You see him sort of
he does...
check over this is rather ancient vellum, and you see him checking it over very carefully.
Yes. And while he does that, I will state, normally we do not just barge in and take control or, stuff like that. But I have been chasing these, slavers, smugglers. They have been crossing several borders. And when I had contact with your local law enforcement, it seemed prudent to make sure that I had the right paperwork.
This would have, while I can of course note this down and process your request, you will have to inform local law enforcement of your presence here.
Yes, but I prefer it to be done through official channels. So a warrant of investigation, signed by a judge, seems like the first step.
Of course.
Instead of barging in on the Protector's turf.
And to whom are you investigating?
There are a number of, like I said, slavers who I have chased across the borders. Their exact countenance and names have not been... They've been very elusive. Let me just say it like this. We have found evidence of their... their passing in Seawards, then in Hakan, and now in Paraxes. They are dangerous and are, trouble for the general populace.
I see.
You have one.
This is quite... this does sound quite serious. However, Envoy, I cannot give you a writ of investigation without a name for whom you are investigating. I can see about issuing you powers within, Futura at this stage. Perhaps if I'm able to contact a higher court. Such abilities, of course, you do have, but this will, unless you can. I hope you understand the difficulties and the dangers that this does present. If you cannot provide evidence of why you have, to use your own words, good sir, barged in there, then there may be follow-up on this in Lycaeus.
I'm well aware.
Well, I shall... You see him reach down and he pulls out several detailed-looking forms, and he sort of starts copying notes down from your own from your own envoy sheet. It says, your name and that sort of stuff. This is a writ of temporary investigative powers. It should grant you similar rights to a member of the Protectorate, the Protectors. It is the most I can really do in this situation. If you're able to provide me with detailed information regarding a specific individual, I could grant you warrants for investigation of them. But up until you have that information, I'm afraid my hands are tied.
The only person of interest currently is the... Oh, fuck, I'm really bad with names. The casino owner? Proctor. The casino owner, Proctor. He seems to be tangentially related to the case.
What? So, as you know, Beric, in order to get warrants and investigation, that sort of stuff, you have to basically convince the judge, as it. So he's now going to ask you a few questions regarding this.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yep. So yes, what evidence do you have that he's involved in this case?
We found evidence. We went to the apartment of an accomplice of the slavers, and found that this accomplice had all their outstanding debts paid, except that of Proctor, and the debt was a substantial one. It is a minor lead, but the only one we currently have. I understand that this is not enough for any kind of arrest, but perhaps you can give me the leeway to at least investigate the premises.
So, this individual who, again, and to use your own words, you believe is involved with the slavers, owes money to a different individual. I'm afraid
I know it's thin leads.
Too thin, I'm afraid. I don't think I can justify giving you a blanket investigation. But I will bear this in mind. If you can find more, give me more evidence, I will be able to provide you with this. One moment.
Fair enough.
Yes, we have these for more message. He brings out 2 sticks. These are sending sticks. Once I imprint my presence on them, they'll be good for about 3 days, probably at the most. Snap it, and you'll be able to talk to me with evidence. If you're able to convince me, I will allow you the right to investigate this Mr. Proctor, I believe you said his name was.
Yes.
At that time and at that place. But this is only for the Proctor case, I'm afraid, or, well, an emergency, of course, the equal, but yes. That's the best I can really do at this stage, Envoy.
It will have to do. I had hoped to work through allies of mine, but we seem to be stonewalled.
So you've attempted to investigate this Proctor already? You've been to his business, interviewed him?
No, not yet.
That might want to be your first step, Envoy.
Yes, it is the next thing we were doing. I just wanted to make sure that this case was on file, and that if I did have to use my authority, it would be legal.
Well, I can certainly understand that, and I will file the requisite missions and notifications with the Protectors. I can't say there won't be some blowback. There always is with jurisdictional friction, but this is the place we are in.
Yes, I understand. Thank you for the help you have given, and I will come back to you with information if I have it.
Yes. Good night, Envoy.
Good night. And I will roll up the scroll he gave me and put the 2 scrolls in my pack and also the sticks.
1 stick. He keeps 1 stick, you have the other stick.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I thought he gave me 2.
No, it's a bilateral communication device.
I see. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So I take it you leave and head back to the.
Yeah, I will get back
Collegica?
on Gleam and I will head back to the Collegica, and hopefully I'll arrive back before the lectures are finished.
Okay, so as you're heading back and the rest of you going in, I believe the last thing that I have to do before my incredibly spread out party, thank you very much, re-meets, is
You're welcome.
Talon, you had a question that you wanted to ask when the lecture ended.
Well, hang on, we've left, before I jump into my thing, we've left Wesley holding a very hot pot of metal.
So we have.
I think he deserves to go before I do, because he's been waiting a long time.
That is fair. Wesley, can you give me an intelligence check and a dexterity check and a luck roll, please? That's just a d20.
Maybe you should start blade singing with the tongues.
So intelligence, yeah.
Intelligence, dexterity, and then just a straight d20 for the luck.
Go on, luck. So 16 for int, 11 for dex, and 7 for luck.
Okay. You've never done this before, Wesley. Entirely new ground for you. You're holding the tongs, you're manipulating them, you're waiting, and it gets a bit hard. Your hand starts to cramp a little bit as you're holding the tongs, but the ferrite has melted. It's going through different colors. It's shifting to a sort of a reddish red to a more vibrant orange, and it's been holding at the yellow state for some time, and you think you've just forgot it. The professor, the smith rather, Sternlinger, comes up to you a couple times and just sort of nods, and he adjusts your grip a few times, and you think it's just about ready. You take it out and you bring it over to a chalice, and you start to turn it to pour into the mold for the ingots. You know, it's a heated mold which will gently cool the bars until they're in a position where they can be retempered and used for smithing. As you hold it, your hand cramps.
Uh-oh.
And to your horror, you fumble the tongs, and a red-hot smelting chalice slips from them, landing upon the floor, spreading its ferrite across the ground.
Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
There's a moment of silence
For Wesley?
in the classroom.
Oh.
And you hear, and after you've sort of stared at this flat of molten metal steadily, very quickly cooling on the floor, you hear somebody go, wah wah, and then the entire class bursts out into laughter.
Oh dear.
Oh, the dicks.
Sterlinger comes over. Happened to me my first time as well.
Really?
No, but I was making you feel better.
Oh, thank you.
Still, you got it to the right colour. That's something. Next time, you might want to find a stand for it so you don't have to hold it the whole time.
You have those?
Yes, lad. I mean, I don't need them. And he sort of holds up an arm and pumps a bicep. But for one like you, I'd imagine you do.
Probably.
Well, it was a good attempt anyway. You definitely earned your 5 gold. I teach again in a couple of days' time. If you fancy, you're more than welcome to attend, and we we can give it another try.
Thank you. Question though.
Aye?
Do you know much about reinforcing weapons?
Well, depends on the weapon.
Specifically, weapons of magical nature.
Magical? Well, that also depends on the weapon and who made it. I can certainly fix up some dwarven runes on things and share up them. I know some of those human tricks they do as well. Who made yours?
Well, I'm not entirely certain. I also can't show you, so because I had to give it away when I came in here. But I think it's elven made.
Of course it is. Well, laddie, elves make some very interesting things. It's also bloody overcomplicated things. No offense.
No, none taken.
Frankly, that's not really my line of expertise, but there's a few out here that might be able to help you. What was it you had in mind? Maybe I can point you in the right direction.
Examine it. Maybe see if it can be improved in some way. Make it better at hitting things.
Aye. The goal of any weapon. Better at hitting things. Aye.
Aye.
Well, that's a bit broad.
Maybe.
Sounds like you're not...
But if it just can be examined, that would be also great.
Aye, well, there's a few weaponsmiths that I know who might be able to assist on that. Elven descent and whatnot. Worst comes to worst, of course, you could always have a chat with... what's the name? Yeah, you know, the elf that's been here for ages. I can certainly do a bit of investigation for you if that's your interest.
That would be greatly appreciated, thank you.
Are you looking for the name Yentros by any chance?
No.
Damn it.
Valerie.
Nah, it's I think it was
Vivian.
Alfwin. I think it was Alfwin.
That
Her
one.
name was Elfwin.
Yeah.
That's a terrible name for an elf.
Somewhere,
to the elf.
Alfwin, for no reason, just has a single tear come down their eye.
Like that commercial.
Named her the equivalent of
Wow,
human
Rita.
win.
You're a monster,
wow.
Rita.
Wow, Rita. Judgy much.
Uh-huh.
But yes, Alpenheimer's friend. I thought I'd written it down, but it's not on my notes. But yes.
I think I wrote her down. Hold on. Alfina.
Alfina. That's the one.
Alfinia.
that-
Sorry.
Alfina.
Alfina.
I'm sorry, what was the name of the what was the other name? This is
Yentros?
not Yentris, but
Alfina.
no,
Oppenheimer?
Alpenheimer, that's the one. Can I take the spelling of that, please? 'Cause I
I'm a
can't-
local note keeper.
Alpenheimer is Alpenheim. Alpenheimer.
Okay.
And Alfina.
Alfinia.
Alfinia. ALF apostrophe
Yeah.
ENI apostrophe IA.
Okay.
Hi, Alfinia. She's oldest elf. She's the oldest elf I know around here, so chances are she might know a few things. But not really my forte. Elven weapons tend to be a bit wishy-washy and wavy. I prefer something solid in my hands.
Oh, that's fair.
Aye. You're a good lad! And he slaps you on the back so hard that you think you almost fall over. I'll see you in a couple of days.
Elves are so
Yeah,
fragile.
I'll be here.
Okay. Cool. And anything else
Do you want me
with
to
or-
clean this up?
No, lad, I've got it.
Okay. See you.
Okay.
Maybe we'll stumble out.
Yeah. Cool beans. All right, so then we cut to Talon. Professor Livenstein has dismissed the class.
Right, well, Talon will be staying put, just finishing off his notes. And then once all the other students have cleared out, he will go over to... sorry, what was the lecturer's name?
Livingstone.
Livingstone. Okay, yeah, he'll go over to Livingstone. Just
Our ancient Warforged expert. Yes?
I wasn't really comfortable earlier, but I do have something I'd like you to see. So he'll sort of set his bag down, and he's going to get out the Warforged heart that he has. I took this from one of the Warforged that me and the group that I grew up with actually killed and destroyed.
Make me an insight check.
Isn't that part of Hope now?
Well, actually, Hope's actually inside the thing at the moment, but he hasn't shown that yet.
Right.
But yes, it's linked to Hope, so he is not letting that out of his sight. Insight, you say, I've got a bonus of 1. That's a 5.
Aww.
You see very quickly, Professor Livingstone, their mechanical hand, reaches out to grab it. Do you allow that?
Talon's not going to let go of it for the moment. He'll let it sort of and just say, I do want this back.
Where did you get this?
From inside the Warforged that we destroyed.
That is...
That's a Mark 1, isn't it?
Well, I have never seen one before. But... yeah, it appears to be as such. And you see him reach into sort of like a... He's got like a small box of various tools, and he reaches over and he goes to sort of press one against it. Do you allow that?
Well, first of all, Talon's just going to say, hang on a moment. He's going to open the thing up a little bit and just extract Hope from inside. And Hope's just going to turn into a little rat and jump onto his shoulder.
What the hell?
Sorry, that's my friend. He's kind of linked to it. So, yeah, he'll hand over. He's actually quite curious to see what...
This is impossible. It is...
It's very real.
It is working.
It's extracted, but...
Even our most advanced cores, a Mark 1 has not been made since the war.
Yes. They're still functioning.
That is not possible.
I'm afraid it's very possible. Well, I can only give you my experiences. These war machines, the ones that have left over from the war, are still functioning.
There were only a few Mark 1s even made. 10s at the most. The fact that one still existed. It's not believable.
What basis do you have for that knowledge?
There was notes made. There was Professor Oppenheimer himself made the notes. The raw materials to make these devices, it was incredibly complex.
Is it possible that those notes were duplicated and used elsewhere?
I mean, I do not... Do you know what this means?
I'm afraid I don't.
Functioning Mark Von. It is the Rosetta Stone, the template, the Holy Grail, and it works still. With this, I could forward the Forge Propagation Project.
Oh.
We could construct the Forge that could last centuries, not just mere moments, more years. This, I could. And you see him sort of start reaching and kind of touching an area of his chest near his heart. I could be made whole.
Talon's gonna take the call back, I think, at this point. He's a little bit worried.
And justifiably so, because as you attempt to take it back, the mechanical arm of this guy latches.
Oh, fuck.
It.
Are you going to try and force it?
Yeah, I am. He does not want to lose that.
This would be an opposed athletics check. You're just trying to yank it from each other.
Okay, I've used my... Oh, damn it. Okay, that's a 15.
Yeah, despite the fact that this is a mechanical hand, it's still rather fragile, almost delicate-like. As you go to, as you detect it holding onto it, you wrench forward and you hear a bit of a whine, and in fact, one of its fingers does seem to sort of break slightly.
Oh, shit.
As he goes, "No, you must give this to me."
I'm sorry. He's Talon's going to book it. He's going to leave.
Wait! I can pay you.
He's gone. I don't care. I don't care if he offers me half of Caraxes. I do not want any part of this. That was a mistake. Talon's leaving.
No, that was interesting.
Oh dear.
Okay, so I will say, because Talon was waiting until the end of the lecture, he probably took the longest time. So the rest of you sort of gather in the reception area. You've been waiting for a little bit, going, wonder what's taking Talon so long. And then probably Talon
is
just...
assuming.
Grombor's assuming, is he? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's a fair point. Before Talon actually gets there, the four of you sort of gather. It's kind of been a bit of a case of, I imagine Gromdor and Violet kind of arrived about first-ish, because... You know, they had shorter things. Then probably Wesley, and then I think Beric would probably have been second to last, considering, you know, you had to go out of the Kalinska and back again.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
So is there anything you guys want to discuss while you're waiting for Talon?
Not in public.
So
I'll say that
and not
mission
here,
successful,
certainly.
I suppose.
Violet,
Mission.
did you have something? Oh, sorry.
mission.
We'll talk about it when we get back to the apartment.
Ah, okay, fair enough. Everybody's full of secrets.
Yep. Yeah.
You don't get to say that.
Yeah, I'm hearing your secret. Who are you?
Well,
Is Violet even your real name?
Well, I mean,
What?
she comes under everyone.
Yeah, and as you're sort of, you know, having that kind of, you know, we'll talk about this later kind of thing. Wesley shows up. You know, Wesley's sort of a bit burned and blackened, but then
What the hell happened to you? Never mind. Go on.
you gonna say anything, Liz?
Nothing. I made an ingot.
Inga?
Ingot.
Oh, Inga.
Oh, nice. Can you show it to us?
No,
What?
they kept it there. It had to cool, of course.
Oh,
Silly
okay.
Beric.
So, while we
Oh, yeah,
were
makes sense.
attending lecture, you went on a school trip to a museum to make an ingot?
Hey, you assigned this class to me, not the other way around.
Well, that's fair enough.
Wait, you went to the forge to make this ingot?
They're like these furnaces
What's taking
in
time?
their classroom. Oh,
I
he's
think
not
that
back.
we're mistaking two things called the Forge
yeah.
for each other here.
You don't know anything about forges.
Well, nobody's picked
City
up
boy.
on it, unfortunately.
At this point, Talon sprints into the room.
Oh, hi, Talon.
Alan?
We need to leave.
What?
What?
Did you steal
what?
something?
Why?
Let's go.
I didn't steal something.
Does Talon look distraught?
Yeah, I didn't steal something.
But never mind. Let's go.
Let's go.
You can tell us on the way.
Yeah, tell us on the way.
Please!
We need to go
The
now.
hell is that? Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Yeah.
Yes, you as you're sort of booking it out of the doorway, you can hear this sort of odd sound. In fact, it's almost a bit of a scary sound. You hear a sort of stink, 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 as what sounds like a clanker, a very, very small one.
Shit.
Start
Okay, yeah,
walking
no,
towards
I'm agreeing with running now.
Assuming combat stance, then realizing it's a person, then running away as well.
Yeah. And yeah, I'd say that this guy can't move that quickly. So I mean, he's got robot legs, but he can't move that quickly.
Sure.
So if all of you start booking it, then yeah, he can't catch up, and you flee the main building of the Clergica.
Okay,
Nobody
well,
definitely can catch up with Talon.
Once we get a decent distance away, and before we get to the gate, Talon will slow down and encourage everyone just to kind
No,
of.
we were gonna have dinner here.
No.
No, I think Talon has gone right off the idea at this point.
Oh, you guys didn't have a good time.
This is a weird place.
The message received. Let's go eat somewhere else.
Yeah, let's go eat somewhere else.
Okay, but I'm not telling.
Everybody except for
Is that
Wesley.
how
had...
they get their food? Yeah, I'm not eating here. Dissected Templars. I've eaten better things.
Yeah. So Talon will explain himself as we're going to the gate.
Okay.
I went to the lecture about the new Warforged that they're building.
They're making new ones?
They're making new ones. They seem to think that there will be just machines to do pumping and various other bits and pieces. But they had the cores. They seem to think that the old Warforged would only last a few years and should not be working. I made the mistake of showing the lecturer the core that I have, and
How did he react?
he tried to take it off me. Apparently, there are secrets within those cores that they just don't know.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Wait, which core is this?
That's the clanker that was running
That's
after
his
you.
one.
He's trying to get.
with the jump.
No, this is the clanker. This is the clanker core that I have. Apparently, it is a Type 1 core, one of the originals with a lot of secrets that they've lost.
What about mine?
One of.
Yours is Type 2. They go up to Type 5. The Type 5s are the ones they've got now. They've done a lot of work on, but apparently there are things in these really old cores that they just desperately want to see. I really don't think they should have that.
Talon.
So the newer machines are actually worse than these older ones that are still active.
Potentially, I don't know the specifics. I made some notes. He'll hand you a sheaf of paper written in rather just kind of a load of gibberish written in.
I don't read chicken. Talon, what did the fifth one look like?
It's gonna flip the page upside down and see so you can read it that way.
Alan, can I say that I've taken?
I can read Celestial. Do you want me to read it out loud for them?
Can I say that Talon's taken some sketches of the cores that he was shown?
Given that you nat 20 that intelligence roll, I'm going to allow it.
Nice.
Sorry, Violet, you had a question.
Yeah, I would like to very much know what the newest core looks like.
I will point it out on my notes. The ones that look really, really detailed and intricate. Very, very different. Your core is a Type 2, which were unstable.
What's it look like? Unstable?
Yes.
That
They
checks
were-
out.
Yeah, they were referred to as unstable. I'm assuming it probably looks like a car engine or something.
Unstable. I'll show them unstable. Unbelievable.
What a great statement. I'll show them unstable. So it is kind of to say, while you could say that it appears as if the cores have gotten more complex, they've also gotten a bit, for lack of a better term, uglier. Like the first core almost appears like an artistic drawing of sorts, but the fifth core is like bits and pieces bolted together, almost tubes, leads coming off. It doesn't appear to resemble. It looks more technological, for lack of a better term, but it doesn't look as smooth and artistic as the other cores do.
Well, I mean, the one that I have basically resembles a human heart, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
As in the actual organ, not the representation, which was actually based off a woman's buttocks.
So at some
There's many
point,
theories.
somebody died and took their craft with them to the grave. Interesting. They tried to replicate it, I'm guessing. And
It was Oppenheimer,
they
wasn't it?
came as close as they could, but
I think you're right. I think this is Oppenheimer's work that I've got here. This could be very, very interesting. And also, I am not going to show it to anyone else in this city.
Now I really need to talk to that.
also
That what's her name? Alphenwin?
Althenia.
Ophelia, yeah, she.
I need to talk to her as well.
Well, okay. Looks like
also they appear to be extremely expensive then. So don't show it around the town, okay?
I will not. Not after that experience. I mean, he was probably one of the worst people to show it to. I mean, you saw. Did you see all of his mechanics?
Yeah. Do you think that's why they want to bring Warforged back?
Well,
Because I gotta tell you, not to step on a fresh wound, but that person that couldn't get out of the house, they probably could, if they had that.
they possibly could have done, but
If they were just making, mobility clankers or whatever you want to call it, I'd be all for that. But these people are talking about the war machines as if they're a good thing constantly.
Well, I don't think they. My concern is they have not taken responsibility for the history. They have not taken. He was going on in that lecture like the Warforged that we have encountered do not exist. Even when I offered him proof and gave him descriptions of the ones that I have fought, he called me a liar.
I find a strange place stranger and stranger, because they despise magic for the possibility of it being dangerous. But the Warforged that they know are dangerous because they created them. They're fine with it.
Yeah, they get a free pass for some reason, and these Warforged are more reckless, more dangerous, and more frightening than certainly any mage I've ever met.
I agree.
They wanted to try to extract my powers and put it in the hands of the purists and the Anti-Magic League.
How do they extract your
What?
powers? How? Wait, how? That
I
shouldn't be
don't-
possible. Isn't it magic? You can't extract
cannot-
magic.
I
I
don't
cannot
know.
talk about that.
I want to get out of the Collegiate at this point.
Yes, let's get our gear.
Yes.
Let's go. Maybe we can get some food, take out, and then go to the apartment and talk.
Yeah,
to
I
people
like
there.
that plan.
Yes, let's do that.
I want some pie.
I
Just
need a
make sure you
drink.
don't mash it into a pulp.
Please don't put it in your
He's
bag
been
and eat it
traumatized.
all
Let
in
him do
one.
whatever the hell he
Ah.
wants with
I
that pie.
already put it in my pocket.
I
when
was
started
traumatized by the pie in his pocket.
Not quite the
saving
same.
it for later.
Just got this image of Talon going, I want pie, and Violet going, you can have any pie you want. Not squished pie. Yes, he can have squished pie if he wants, Beric. Just like,
Talon is my favorite child.
classic.
You know, I didn't want to eat the whole pie, so I put it in my pocket for later. What?
Okay.
You can have any pie you like as long as it's not squished.
Just another short thing as well. When you said it, all I got in my mind was Gromdar leaving a Yelp review of the Collegica, like sort of impressive buildings, large area. They tried to dissect me. 4 out of 5 stars.
That's a 3-star review at best.
Maybe 3.5.
Okay, but yes, you guys make your way to the entrance. You do, because you did pause for a brief bit. I assume you kept walking, just not at a breakneck pace, but you kept walking. You do hear from behind you the sounds of what appears to be somebody yelling. But you make it back to the gatehouse. There's only one guard there now, and they actually have drawn the gate across the archway. I think simply because it's now quite late. It is getting into the wee hours of the night.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought we were at like 8, not 11. But okay.
It's getting to that stage. Unfortunately, it is full dark out. Which obviously for most of you means nothing.
I see. Is there a guard still there?
It's the time of...
Oh, it's a time of Poultice's moonlight phase.
No, I was going to say it's the time of day when the world goes grey, but then Mole interrupted me and I tried to let him talk and then he didn't say anything.
Sorry. I was just asking if the guards were there because I was going to inform them. If anyone from the Collegia comes asking for us, we are not here.
Oh,
Please.
for crying out loud. Wait, that's suspicious, why don't you?
So there is a guard there. Are you saying that, Gromda?
Please don't.
I mean, I wish you didn't, but I can't stop you.
Okay.
Do whatever you think Gromder would do, Mole.
Yeah, do what you think Gromda would
Yeah,
do.
exactly.
No, I think he just hoped that they wouldn't actually be able to trace us because they are a respected institute in the city, and it's like saying... That's basically like saying... if someone from Oxford University comes asking for me, please don't say anything. Sounds very weird.
They're not your secretaries, no.
But yeah, so the academ just grabs your various weapons and other bits of equipment, handing them over. Again, no issue. You do get them back all with this little tag with sort of a number on it attached to it. But yes.
My dagger. What would I do without it? Thank you.
Was that good? I hope you enjoyed your time in the Collegica. Please come again.
Thank you.
And you may leave. Unfortunately, our main gate is closed, but you may leave through the gift shop.
Okay.
All right.
Yep. But yeah, very, very glad to put this all behind me. And I'm also just banking on the fact that if that guy is basically running around the campus screaming about somebody having a Mark 1 core that, to their knowledge, only 10 have, only a couple of dozen have been made and nobody has ever seen one, they might just think he's been working too hard.
Can I pick up something at the gift shop?
Yeah, what's in the gift store?
There's a variety of things. They have, your traditional sort of university-style clothing with, sort of Collegica emblazoned upon it, and like Collegica Paraxis as well. Various ruled line books and the like. There's also a bit of a gag gift section where they've got sort of like, I came to the Collegica and all I got was this crappy T-shirt, a similar sort of things.
Right.
And also one that just simply reads University of Your Mum.
Oh, I made that one.
Okay.
Is there anything that doesn't scream chip shit?
Not really. It's a gift shop.
I was going to say, Talon's probably not even going to be quiet about mentioning this. All looks like tat.
There's some. Probably the most impressive thing they've got there is there's these glass orbs that they have on one of the upper shelves, which. If you shake them, depending upon which one you grab, they're in various different colors, but if you shake them, they either produce a miniature snowstorm, a crackling electricity, a ball of fire, or just a sudden sharp bright light. Not blinding, but, just like a whoop.
Oh, I'll take one of those. What's the price?
That one's quite expensive. That's 15 gold.
Yikes.
Jesus Christ.
It's not worth it.
Expensive.
It's worth it.
Are they magical? Are they magical?
Yes,
That's
they are
not-
definitely magical.
That's
Do
not
they
even-
have like one of those gag recorders where you can like record somebody talking and it speaks it back to you?
No, that's a bit modern. I'm afraid. No, they don't have one of those.
That's too bad.
Which one
That
of the
would be
orbs?
great for investigating.
Quite possibly. Which one of the orbs do you take, by the way? The light one, was it?
You said light, snow, or
Light, snow, electricity, or fire?
Oh. Have I seen Zilla use specific like School of Magic more than the other?
She seems to be a bit fluid in that sort of stuff. She's quite good with all of them.
Damn it.
Probably the one that she does favour the most, though, other one appears to be lightning.
Yeah, I'll take lightning then.
Okay.
Who's this for? I missed who that was for.
Minus 15. Okay. 3. Well, you don't know. I didn't say it out loud.
No, that's fine.
Is there like a big plush pill bug or something?
They've got fluffy owls.
Nah, it's not interesting enough. After telling stories, I don't want anything that that's not, at least a freak of nature.
I had this feeling of Beric setting up like a Kazech gift shop. He's like, "You come to Kazech, come visit the gift shop."
Buy a mind-controlling mushroom, get 2 for free.
I'm just putting the gift shop at the entrance to Gizech, not at the exit.
Wow. No, it's a nomadic gift shop. It walks around. Everything in Kazech is nomadic. Okay. Yeah, but they.
We can have we can have a wandering hut.
Yeah. The lady behind the counter at the store does sort of say, "Would you like it in a box, or are you carrying it out, or how would you prefer?"
Who's she talking to?
You, Violet. It's about the orb.
Oh, about the orb. Something that could keep it safe.
Yeah, we have a box, and you sort of see pull out a box, and like it's got a soft, foamy sort of base. She puts the orb inside it, and then surrounds it with more foam. Puts a lid on the box, and then ties it up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for visiting the college. Please do come again.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Bye.
Let's just get out of here.
Let's go.
Because we'll observe the box and say, there's some shipping companies that can learn from this box.
Oh, but this is we have attempted to produce these for various shipping things, but they seem to prefer just throwing them in the back of a ship and then sailing off.
For some reason.
Too real.
Way
Well, I'm
too
planning to
real.
find one that doesn't do that.
Yes, the unified Paraxian service is just terrible.
Good to know. Good to know.
Oh,
That's
good to
tip.
know. Good to know.
Yeah,
Instead,
UPS,
we'll take the train to Hakan and bring the gifts personally.
Okay. But yes.
I'm not pelling to Hakan.
Paddling.
Really.
That's the only way to go by train, pedal train.
Where did we did leave a cart at
that's a
that
bit too much even
fortress?
for me.
Okay.
Okay, we should get to the apartment so we
Yeah.
can discuss things before we forget.
So you head back to the apartment. You
No,
stop.
we're getting food on the way.
You stop off at an all-night pie shop.
Yes. Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
get
fine.
however many pies you want, Alan.
It's quite an impressive affair. There's this conveyor belt, which obviously is being powered by pedals, with various different pies moving along in front of it.
Can Talon just sit at the end of it with his mouth open? Because that would be amazing.
Unless you're planning on dislocating, that might also be quite dangerous.
Oh no.
But
Do
yes.
they have any food that doesn't look like it's made out of 80% sugar?
We have the meat pie, savory pie, meat and cheese. Different types of meat. We have mutton. We have beef, venison. We have. Do you enjoy natural sugars? We can get you an apple pie. Beet
I'll have an
pie.
apple pie.
Apple pie.
I'm eating cheese pie. Sounds amazing.
Meat and cheese pie. Any particular kind of meat?
That one. He'll point out a venison one.
There good. Venison cheese pie. And for yourselves, gesturing at Wesley, Violet, and Gromba.
You have any...
I'll have the same as he's having, and he'll point at Talon.
There you go.
You have any ale or beer or something like that?
Oh, yeah. Inside the pie or separate to the pie?
What?
Beer pie.
Sans
Wait.
We have
Sounds-
steak and ale pie.
Sans the pie, please.
Just
Wait.
the beer. Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Ignore what I just said. Give me a beer pie.
Oh, yes, we have steak and ale pie. Here you are.
Thank you.
A dark beer, okay?
Yeah, you talking to me or to him?
To Violet.
It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
To me, yeah, dark will do.
Yeah, and they pull out this rather sort of obviously kind of homemade style beer, like very, wrapped up with some string which they cut off, and then they undo the cork inside, and they pass over a dark bottle of beer to you. And for yourself, sir, pointing at Grondar.
I'll have a meat and cheese pie as well.
And they pass over another venison cheese pie.
I'm imagining.
Meat and cheese, it's so rich.
You guys are making me
You're
hungry.
rich.
You jerks.
No, rich in fats and stuff.
Don't care.
Oh my god, Barrick. Calm down. Judging the people dietary choices.
Yeah,
5 copper for the pies, as in if I eat pie, and 3 copper for the beer.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I'm just imagining this beer as the kind you can chew.
It's
How
very
mu-
nutty.
How much for the
for the
pie
last
did you
time,
say?
Barak, we don't want to hear about
Five.
Atkins diet.
5 copper for each pie, 3 copper for beer.
Yep.
How many
hey,
pies did Talon order?
Just the one.
Just the one. Okay.
Yeah,
So
he's not greedy. He just wants.
counting down 8 coppers. I'm gonna pay for Talon.
No, it's fine. I've paid for my own pie. Don't worry about me. It's fine.
Oh, you got money.
I do have some money. I just didn't have
Oh,
5.
okay. Fair enough.
What a statement. Oh, you've got money. What? I love it.
Violet will give you 3 gold just to have, just in case something happens.
Yeah, that's fine. I know he's
Here's
got.
the allowance for the week.
Well, basically, I mean, he's got some copper and some silver for stuff like this, but anything gold and above, he just puts straight into the party kitty. But he'll keep that.
Yeah, I know, but don't put that in
No,
the
that's
thing.
fine. No, he
Keep it,
appreciates
okay?
That's
Okay.
just top up for kind of general.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
well,
Violet,
No
as
worries.
you're passing around these monies and the like, you see another individual who's sort of eating in the pie shop just sort of look at you dropping around gold and just go and roll his eyes.
What do they look like?
As in they're human. They're just an average person, really. Nothing, no major visible
Do
things.
they look like they come from money or from poverty?
His clothing is, he's not poor, he's sort of like, he's working class, as it were, but, not poor, he's just, he's a worker, he looks like he's wearing rough and ready clothing, it's a bit patched in places, but, he's not like wearing rags or anything.
Not talent level patched.
I'm sorry, did I make you sneeze? Are you allergic to generosity?
Oh no, I have no issue.
Clearly that's a lie.
Yeah, look, I'm just trying to eat my meal.
at the pie shop.
What's he eating?
He's eating a pie.
I just
shocker.
in my head. This like pie store where you buy pie is also a bar where it has beers and has tables where people are eating their meal, which is fine.
Okay, at this point, Talon is.
I know it's another world. I know, but
Okay.
Talon's going to reach across and just kind of, just tap her on the arm and sort of,
What did you do, sir?
Come along.
he's just tapping Violet on the arm, just kind of trying to tact her attention away from
Okay. Well,
antagonizing people. I mean,
he kind of made her aware of that she did some visible things with money, so she will pay extra attention to her bag.
Yep.
Okay. So I assume you guys...
as we leave the shop, I will whisper a word of Voltus and cast Thaumaturgy to make his fork shiver with a tremble as he tries to eat the pie.
And they say mages are villains.
Hang on, just want to check on Thaumaturgy. It's only vocal, so harmless. Which one of these effects are you trying to use? The
harmless tremors. I mean, it says in the ground, but it's
considering it's narrative, I'll allow it. I guess I'll give him a dex save, I suppose. You see him sort of like he goes in towards the pie, and you see his hand kind of quake slightly, and he kind of grasps it. There is a brief moment where his pie kind of skids, but he does manage to nab it before it falls on the ground.
He's gonna think it's me or Wesley.
And he is, and as that happens, he does kind of look up. I guess I'm going to give him an insight roll at this point. Barry, can you give me a deception?
I mean, I whispered it so it didn't make a loud noise, but I assumed that I have to say it out loud. But you were looking back to see what happened. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Also, I've got to respect the whole silent spell thing, so there has to be, if you're casting a spell, there has to be a chance that the guys figured it out.
18.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. You see him sort of look at you and look at his fork and then look at the rest of you. Beric, you quickly drift your eyes forwards again to just try and avoid it. And then you hear him basically say, "Mage bitch."
Wow.
Did I figure out that Beric did this?
Oof. I guess give me an insight.
Why is he so rude?
Or a perception. One of the two.
12.
Did I see it?
You were right next to me and you heard me say a weird word, so I don't think that's very hard.
Actually, yes, given the fact that you guys were next to him, actually, now I consider it, given that you guys were actually next to him, you definitely heard him say something.
Would that be advantage?
I'd say that gives you enough that you can probably figure out that, given the sequence of events, that Beric probably did something.
Why?
He was a jerk.
Yes, he's a jerk that will think that me or Wesley did this. And he did. Do you think we face not enough prejudice, or?
I wanted to give you a little vengeance on him.
I can take my own vengeance, thank you very much. She looks very angry, by the way, at you saying the word vengeance.
Okay, well, Beric will go in like the arms to his chest, like leaning backwards, kind of like, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you.
Upset me?
I just wanted to have, solidarity.
Try giving me solidarity, but not by not throwing shade at me in a place that wants to eat me alive.
Yes.
If you want solidarity, go slap him in the face with your gauntlets.
I prefer not doing anything to him at all.
Yeah.
Are we done?
Let's get back to the apartment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit late, but you do manage to finally find a pedal bus going in the right direction.
God damn it. Can't we just walk?
You could just walk if you really want.
I mean, Gleam is also here.
Well, I mean, you could walk and have Beric ride.
He can pedal.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't think he can pedal, but I'll walk. I won't ride.
As you get to a pedal bus, you do actually note that there is a compartment in the back for horses with a treadmill, which they can ride along.
no!
Yes. Yes, now canon. You
that
brought me this way.
Oh, this can't possibly be true.
This is a toxic relationship, us.
You and Pedals is the toxic relationship.
Oh my god.
Pedal.
Can we please get back to the apartment where there are no pedals?
But eventually you arrive back at the apartment.
You forget there's
no.
pedals in the apartment too.
No, there isn't.
Yeah, how do you make the beds
The
work?
bathroom had pedals.
The bathroom has a pump, technically, like a foot pump for the shower.
It's
That's
a pedal with an extra step.
It's just pedaling with extra steps.
the idea that you'd have to pump just to keep a
Can that
regular.
be the name of
flow.
this episode? Pedaling with extra steps?
Oh,
I'm not against it.
Oh god.
Fucking.
All right.
oh, well, I still like. I am not prepared.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. So you arrive at the back of the apartment. It is quite late, and you guys have had an extremely long day. Like, you started this day in a fort.
Yeah, it's been. Well, no, because we didn't we stay overnight, or no? We've just.
No, you didn't. You've been on the go since you got to the fort, basically.
yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Look, Violet likes to get shit done and she drags you along. I'm sorry.
That's
It's fine. We did everything we wanted to do, and we have time over now.
Before we start the conversation, can I ding the ding ding, the ding dong that Princess Barrack knows so much about?
I'm sorry. What?
The calling the servant thing.
Oh God, I'm so
She wants
confused
to
as
call
well. Like,
the
what the hell?
servant. You weren't? It was so obvious.
Why are we summoning them?
The moment she said Princess Barrack, I knew what she was talking about.
Oh my god!
Telepathy.
Why are we summoning them? Why are we bothering these people?
Well, you do ring the bell. It does take a few minutes, and the person that arrives does kind of look like they probably were catching a quick nap. You rang?
After she rang in between this person arriving, she wrote like a lovely note, put it in a box, and wrote the address on the box and say, hey, could you ship this for me?
Oh.
And make sure you don't use the UPS.
Oh no. We do not use the UPS. That is for civilians. This will go by military courier.
Wonderful. Okay.
What was UPS stand for again?
Unified
United
Paraxian
Paraxis?
Service.
Right.
Do I owe you anything?
No, this is military mail, I
Oh,
assume.
thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. Super military.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
This is
What's the
military mail,
rank
right?
of a
Yes.
foreign dignitary again?
This is military mail. Yes, it is.
Super duper military.
Very military.
Yeah, and they take it off, and
Okay.
Oh, hold on. We'll pull the rope.
also,
No, don't pull the rope. She's still here.
She's still here.
This is not God of War
Second time you
Ragnarok.
do this,
Stop that
Wesley.
bit.
Done it again.
yeah.
Could I have an ale, please?
Oh,
Oh my god.
There's a selection of refreshments inside the cabinet.
Don't listen to him. Go. Mail the thing. We'll find the drinks. He is a little bit tired.
Yeah.
Another
I'm
person
not
will
tired,
show
you're
up in like
tired.
5 minutes because you pulled it while she was still here.
No, I am the only one on duty. I will.
Okay.
It is
Oh,
late.
you
It is
fool.
late.
You got off easy, Wesley.
What do you mean?
Ugh.
And then they sort of, as you're discussing, they kind of drift away.
yeah.
Yep.
Dismissed.
Slowly backing away.
Smile and wave,
Out of the room.
boys. Smile and wave.
All right. Well, let's assemble in the bedroom, I guess.
Well,
Yep.
you've got multiple bedrooms and you've got a single living area, sort of like a lounge kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it's
We'll
like a
assemble at
barrack.
the lounge.
Then living area.
Yeah, the living room. Just,
Yep.
Yeah.
And,
settled down.
Wesley, as you have been indicated, if you go and have a look, there is a box basically full of ice and various different kinds of drinks.
Are you
I will
sure?
put on
I'll
a kettle.
find myself like a blonde ale.
Okay.
Okay. Are you sure you're not hungry, Violet?
I should probably eat like a sandwich. I'm gonna go take a
Are you
sandwich.
sure you don't want a slice of this pie?
You can have a slice
Yeah,
of my
I'm
apple
good.
pie if you want.
Thanks. Nah,
Yeah.
sandwich will do. Anyway,
Okay.
Yeah,
I will put on the kettle to make some tea.
I'll pass Violet a slice of pie.
What does the ale pie taste like anyway?
Violet will sigh
beer pie.
and take the
It
pie.
has ale in the like it's not the main
Oh, sorry, I
ingredient.
thought you wanted
There's
to-
ale in the sauce.
Have you never had a steak and ale pie before, Liz?
No.
Oh God, I need
Me
to fix
neither.
that next time you get to England. Staple here, we love steak and ale. You've had steak and ale pie, right, Lord?
I'm sure I have. Yes, I have.
Great
At some
food.
point.
I had steak once in my life and it was amazing. I want to do it again.
Yes, we'll everyone mail steaks to Sanakan for no apparent reason.
Good time we're gonna arrive.
Oh God, no, I'm just imagining like
The problem is that if you send her
No.
steak, she will just have to throw it out because she doesn't cook.
I'm just this.
I
is what I'm
meant
picturing,
the
like a
done
raw-
one.
Like a raw steak inside an envelope coming through the letterbox. So it's just.
I'm gonna be on so many government lists if you do that. Don't do that.
Look, I can just see it. I'm sorry, madam. We can't help but notice that the majority of your mail seems to have been, well, bloody
Meat.
recently.
Yeah.
Just raw meat.
You can't send cooked steak. You have to eat it within 5 minutes of cooking.
Anyhow.
Anyway,
To get back on topic,
I guess.
you grab some food and some drinks from the various staples which are present in the apartment.
Anyone else tea?
Yes.
I'm good.
Okay.
thank
I will
you.
also pour a cup of tea for Talon.
Tea and pie. Very happy.
And yes, as you all sort of look at each other, who's going first?
I guess
who's
I'll
on
start.
first.
I will say Gromdar now knows about this, but I will catch you up on what we found in the apartment of one Alphonse Warburg. And she will
Right.
tell them about the code, about the proctor, about the diamonds that are now in the custody of General Klinkenhofer, but presumably are going to be returned to us. And she will say, and it also had 300 gold, which should go to the party fund. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Very nice.
So what was this about the coat?
Why don't we just split up?
No code.
Because we have party
code.
fund.
Yeah, let's just keep party fund.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think you mean the Piety Fund.
So how do I ever get to repay the money that I owe?
If we bring in a major bounty or we sell something expensive, we'll split it. But this is like small potatoes.
300 gold enough to
Okay.
feed a family in D&D terms for about 10 years.
If it's
Small
so.
potatoes, good to know.
What do you
Magic
owe and to
item
whom?
level.
Do we look like NPCs to you?
What do you owe and to whom?
Someone bought me magical paper, and ink.
And ink, yeah. He's a wizard.
Right. No, I think that's worth splitting over. Take your let's split it. I don't mind.
Okay. 300
One,
gold.
two,
Split the
three,
five.
four, 5 of us. That's 60.
60 gold each.
So
Right,
mark that
well,
down.
Oh, and that's
Like-
my. That's enough to pay back.
Okay.
I think Talon. No, not Talon, because Talon had a debt to himself.
It may have been from the party funds that you
Yeah, probably.
owe money.
Okay, so I put my share into the party fund then.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Same
60
for me.
gold
So-
into the party share.
60 gold into the
funds.
party fund. Do you have that down as?
According to my notes, Wesley owes 90 gold.
90? Oh, okay. So 60 into the party fund, and I still owe 30 then.
Okay.
Fair enough.
So that would bring the shared party fund up. Well, actually, you've been spending it, the party fund. So it started at 207.
We have not. What?
Well, no.
I mean, we just
In
bought
this
pies and
session,
stuff.
there was some spending.
No,
of
I
it.
paid for pies.
No, you did, but there was other spending. I think.
The
from-
stone solve.
No, that came out of the. Look, we'll sort out the loot later. Okay.
I just want to say that I paid for the lectures out of
Yeah.
my own pocket as well.
Okay, that's cool.
And I marked it all down, so. Well, for me and for Talon, not for the rest.
Talon, yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah. Cool.
Well, I paid for the one that Wesley went to, but I did say it was party fund. But I can also just take it off my personal money. I don't mind either way.
Okay. Well, I believe I owe the party more than 60 gold, so that's 60 gold off my debt.
Okay. According to my notes, that would mean that Talon now owes 9 gold.
Oh,
really?
you're
No.
almost good.
Nice.
Cool.
Yes, you had 69 gold owing.
Nice.
Nice.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So yes.
So that's my part. What do you want to add?
So going back to this Proctor fella, I asked about it in back when I went off to the harbor. Apparently there's this person named Hylas. Correct me
Hylas?
if I say the name wrong.
No, it's Hylas.
Hylas.
Hylas, okay.
Whom Proctor owes money to.
Okay, you've misremembered this, so I will take over as wingman for a few moments.
Thank you.
I got loud.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Assuming control.
Assuming direct control. So I went down to the information broker, and I found out that I found out some things about this guy Proctor. Apparently, he owes my broker friend a favor also. So if we go to see him and we drop the name Hylas, he'll give us that'll give us a bit of an in.
Ah, good.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's useful.
Relinquishing direct control.
That never happens.
It's like you zombie Wensley.
Anyone else?
I'll go last.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I can fill in the information I got from the Templars, and that is that this Proctor fellow owns a casino. And here's the address to said place.
You remember what it's called, right?
The Golden Dragon.
Yeah, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
No separate
nose in
residence
it.
for him. No separate residence. He lives in the casino.
fine.
Okay.
That's good. Then he won't
Makes
be
sense in a
anywhere
way, I
else.
guess. Yeah. But also he'll probably be guarded, so...
Casinos tend to be that.
Yeah.
All right. Me up next then. After my, well, not my, our warm, air quotes, welcome at the Protector office and subsequent meeting with the lieutenant, on top of what Gromdar told us, what he knows about this group of Templars, I thought it might be in our best interest to not have to lean on them like we did in Hakan. So I pulled some strings, and I got us, I got myself, because, I have to put it on a name, but I got a temporary writ of investigation. This is emergencies only, I'm afraid, because I did not have the names, so I couldn't. If we actually knew who we were chasing, this would have gone a lot smoother. But I do also have this, and I'll take out the stick. If we have information on any subject of interest, such as this Proctor fellow, I can send a message to the judge, and they will get me authorized to do a full investigation right there and then.
Very good
Could
work, Barrack.
Could they get us someone that is somewhat unreachable for an interview? Could they arrange it so we could actually talk to them if we have a name?
If they are in custody of the government, I would not
In a
see why not.
custody. That's not what I meant.
Who, what did you mean then?
There was a name thrown around Delphinia.
Oh, right.
She's part of the Collegica, though, isn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
That
almost a separate country.
I asked the receptionist to reach out to her, but yeah, I don't know. I gave the address. but that's as much as I can do.
Right. The problem
Unless we want
with that
to
is
pay her an unexpected visit. The problem?
if it turns out she is connected with Kraken, with the slavers, with the smuggling, with the magic rope fellas, then I could probably get this rushed through.
I mean,
But
it
our
probably
questions
isn't.
on the Canklers are not connected to that, and thus it's an internal Praxis matter, and thus it's not something I can help with.
Can you not spin a story?
If I see, the problem there is if they find out, I will be in deep shit.
Fair enough.
I'll have to leave, go to Lycaeus. It's gonna be a whole thing. I don't want to have to do that.
Yeah,
Then,
I don't think lying to the authorities is going to get us where we need to go. I think
sure.
we've been caught in a lie before, and it's usually gone badly.
We can withhold information, and we can even lie on the ground if it helps our investigation. But we shouldn't officially lie on the record, because that will come back to haunt us.
I mean, contacts are tools that you should be able to utilize, but I will not tell you what to do. What's the plan?
No, I still would like to see the forge, but I think more important right now is that we go meet with this Proctor fellow.
I agree.
After we meet with the
We've
Proctor,
already been. Sorry.
after we meet with Proctor, I would still like, just for the point of it, or just for thoroughness, check with the train station and see if there was any irregularities when the train arrived that they were riding on.
Well, that might be worth.
What do you
The one
mean?
that
Trains have
Alphonse was
schedule,
on.
no?
The wagon train.
The military one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Oh,
one they
the
rode
one.
on to
Alphonse
here.
arrived
Yeah,
in.
good point, good point.
Just as a note, by the way, you would be aware of this. The forge and the casino opened at different times. The casino is more of a sort of night. Basically, the forge will be open before the casino is, so you could do
Oh, the
both.
casino
So-
just opened.
So we can do both.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah,
not
fair
going to the casino again tonight. Yeah.
We're gonna go to the casino now after
No.
we eat and rest.
No. Let's rest first, which is going to
I
take us
think-
the rest of the night, and the casino will be closed.
Yeah, I think we're exhausted plenty.
Yeah. Also, Barrow,
Yeah,
we have this Alphonse individual. Did you not talk to the judge about them? Are they not worthy of investigation?
we don't know where they are. If at any point we find them, we have an opportunity to arrest them or
Okay,
something
but-
similar. I have no doubt that will,
We,
you know.
if I might interject, we do not need a warrant on Alphonse because he's already a person of interest due to his actions at the fort. We are authorized to actually pursue him.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, it was just.
I
And
mean,
more-
like we are, but I would also like to not have to defer to either the protectors or the Templar in this, and thus maybe get some of the official paperwork.
Well,
But
the
I
thing is-
think I can probably spin it the moment we find where he is.
Yeah. Well, I think if we can put just like bring up Alphonse with the judge, because then my understanding is that he kind of needs a target, and fair enough, we want to talk to this Alphonse to this Proctor person, but it's because of his link to Alphonse, and I don't know if that link to Alphonse has been brought up.
Yeah, it hasn't. It slipped my mind. I was kind of focused on trying to get official
That's
paperwork.
fine. Well, it's just
It's been a
it might-
while since I had to go through these channels.
Yeah.
So
no,
what we'll do if you'll let me, we'll talk to we'll try and get this investigation going, and if we confirm that Alphonse is there, I'll use the stick to get the investigation on Alphonse
okay. Well,
confirmed.
even just visiting the office again and just bringing them up to speed with what we know about Alphonse so far.
The problem is that currently everything Alphonse has done has been within Paraxis. Even if he's connected to the mages that we're chasing, that is outside of. I can't. That's not. No.
Okay. I mean,
Maybe Gromdar would be better at that point.
well, my point is we haven't even presented that to the judge. It'll be up to the judge to say yay or nay on the jurisdiction there, but we should at least tell him.
Fair enough.
Rather than just ignoring that entire side of our investigation when it could actually have some bearing on it.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah.
If we get the chance.
Yeah.
But I think that talking to Proctor first might be I don't know.
Okay. Right, so I have something to bring up that has been on my mind since the fight in the forest with the clanker that we fought.
Sure.
In the swamp.
Yes. When I was badly injured by that creature, I had a number of flashbacks to when I was in Kazech and the leader of the group that has, well, they basically raised me as their own. The leader, Tusk, his full title actually is Tusk Grafer, because of his link to, well, he was known to have killed a number of the very large wolves that live in Kazech, and he, in many, many ways, revered them. And one of the things that he was always doing, particularly when I was quite young growing up, was he would constantly go over tactics with his fighters, and I would be brought into those meetings. And one of the key things that he would always focus on is fighting as a pack, fighting as a group, and acting in concert, supporting each other. And also the whole notion of fighting as a pack meant that the idea was to bring down individual targets. You don't all go after everything. You have to pick a target, bring it down, and then pick another target, bring it down. And what I feel like we are doing is fighting as a bunch of individuals. We are not fighting as a pack, and I think we really, really need to. Because up until Tusk was injured, he would always put the pack first. It's only since he took the blow to the head and gradually became paranoid and afraid of his own death that he started to put himself and his warriors first. And that is what led to people dying, because I was forbidden to tend to them. And that's why I left, because he stopped caring about the pack. But my point is, I think as a group, if we end up in a fighting situation, we need to work together to bring down targets. If it's come to that point, I really would like to avoid it actually coming down to a point where we are actively killing people, but fights happen, and if people have made the decision to attack us, for the survival of the group, we have to respond and bring them down. Even if we don't kill them, we have to neutralize them, rather than if we just spread out and we injure 5 people, well, we could have brought down 2 of them, and then they are that much less in numbers against us. So it's all about focusing our attention to reduce the threats against us. Do you all see where I'm coming from here?
On one hand, I see what you're saying. On the other, I had my own training, and I can tell you that while protecting you is my priority number 1, relying on the others to handle their own shit is something I should be able to know is happening without my input. I am there to look for weaknesses and attack them.
Absolutely. So, I mean, under the sort of the pack mentality, if we are on attack from like ranged missiles, for example, then you are what Tusk would call a fleet-footed one. You would go straight into something that is a threat. You would be able to maneuver around and target things that are threatening that the rest of us couldn't reach.
She'll nod.
You have range capability, but it's more about appreciating what we can bring to the group, and just I'm not saying we can't completely avoid spreading stuff out. It's just we need to focus more on that neutralizing the threats, because otherwise all of those threats are active until they all go over, and they all tend to go over right at the end of the fight, and it's things like that that get people killed in Gazette, and I really, really do not want any of you to be killed.
Perhaps we should.
Sorry,
Perhaps we
Karen.
should like talk about some signs or something we can do, like indicate specific enemies to target and focus down.
Just call it. I mean,
You can use your voice. Yeah.
yeah, just call it. I mean, choosing a target isn't going to really convey all that much information to. I mean, it's like, I'm attacking this one. Well, they're going to know that because you're hitting them with a sword, but it then is a call for the rest of us to then try and focus to actually bring that person down, so then we can refocus our attention once they are. I mean, for an example, in the Assassin Vine fight, some of us were attacking the big ones, some of us were attacking the little ones. We should have just taken out the big one because it was the biggest threat. I mean, that's ignoring the fact that the clanker was on the way, because we didn't know that at that point. You have to refocus when things change, but we should have killed the big one first.
Well, technically, you should kill the little ones first, because they keep attacking and they're the easiest to dismiss.
Yeah, I think I agree with Violet there. The smaller ones were easier to dispatch, but did similar amounts of damage.
Right.
Dispatch,
Okay.
that was the word I was looking for.
Dispatch. Well, in either case, we need to come to a decision and all focus in that way, rather than just spreading the
a
attack.
Tusk, a pack leader who makes these calls.
No, I disagree. So
Well-
that puts me out.
If you disagree, and you don't want to be it either, will you
No,
listen
I
to
don't.
the directions?
That depends on what the directions are.
Teamwork requires working together.
Yeah, that's what I'm gunning for here. We need to work together.
How about this? I'll consider it.
I think that's the best we can get.
I'm fine with Talon, who seems to have experience with this kind of teamwork, to try and lead us to a similar.
I mean, I will try and make calls as best I can based on what we're good at. I mean, at the end of the day, I can only request that we fight this way.
I think that's a good idea.
I mean, to be quite honest, it would probably make more sense for those of us that fight in a similar way to work in concert. So, for example, you and Gromdar, you Beric and you Gromdar, fight in very similar ways. So, in a sense, to go to the Assassin Vine example, you work together to bring down one of the little ones, and then the other little one, with sort of myself and Wesley, shooting in at them as well to bring them down, and then we switch targets and gradually just work our way through everything that's a threat until it's all down. It's
Fair enough.
like I said, it is how I was raised to fight, and I've seen it in working, and to be honest, I've seen it work in nature. I've seen these packs hunt and fight, and it's so effective when they just group up, blob up, wipe something out, and move on to the next.
You're
It
the
works.
expert. I'm more than willing to give you this field commander position.
There's no position.
There's no position. Like I said, it's not me making demands of anyone. It's us working together.
I think we can
I feel
definitely
it's
go
easier.
for if someone attacks something, then everyone else piles onto it.
Yeah, that's. I think that is kind of really the core of what I'm going for here. Is rather than, just to say let's attack this one and then just pile on top of it.
I
mean-
think you should definitely do that. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, if you can hit it with your attacks as well, Violet, it would help. I appreciate that you can move around and attack a lot of things at once. I'm not expecting you to solely attack a single target when, in fact, your expertise don't lie in that way. You can hit an enormous number of things in one blow. There's no reason why you should focus on one thing for that reason.
I thought, I was applying my tactical abilities to the best of what I had.
Yeah,
And I will continue to strive to do the same looking forward.
yeah. It's just, just trying to be a bit more aware about where we all are. I mean, it's where we are. But
Just a shrug.
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay. Now, would anyone please teach me the sending spell?
The what?
You're a wizard. You should know.
You're a wizard. Figure it out.
Oh, God. I don't.
I'll give you a week. Okay.
Wow.
Teach you a spell.
Yes.
What level is sending?
3.
Third.
Unfortunately, Violet, you are met with blank looks from most of them. They have heard of the sending spell, but I do not believe any of them can cast it.
That is
She's gonna
correct.
roll her eyes, disappointing me. I believe my pack is lacking. I'll have to go and do some research. Some other day.
So unless there's anything else anyone has to say, I assume you split up into your...
I only eat one slice of the apple pie and put the rest in the refrigerator.
Very important, thank you.
I was so convinced that when he said I ate one slice and I put the rest, I was thinking in his pockets. He's going to wrap it up and stick it in his pockets. That's what they all do. I don't know why.
I was the one who was like, no, let's not do that. So no.
I know. I just assumed that you'd sort of been brought down to Talon's level in some fashion.
Yeah, you're so distressed. You're like, I should try it.
No,
Talon seems to have
eat.
things together.
If you can't beat him, join him.
Yes, aside from Beric, who does that, and afterwards I assume Beric as well, you all head off to your various different rooms or beds or etc. Bed
I would
down.
like to take a shower.
Yep, you go into the shower and you pump up some hot water using the foot pedal because there's no other option.
I hate myself for having to do this.
Yep, yeah, just as everyone else is getting ready for bed, Beric in shame is pumping, just like, oh god, why?
He's pumping?
Yep,
Okay.
He's having a shower.
yeah, and
I'm pumping in the shower, leave me alone.
Oh god. I'm just imagining like Talon trying to sleep and there's just like shit.
If Talon wants to join me pumping in the shower, that's fine.
but yeah, it's Talon opens the door and it's like Beric's going, don't look at me, I'm so ashamed. But yes, you perform your ablutions, you set up yourself up, and then as you head to bed, you close your eyes and you sleep. And I think that is a good place to call it quits for the evening. I think,
Yep.
Yep. So I am just going to. So as we call it quits, and we all stay quiet for a few seconds. 1 second.
No, say goodbye first.
So yes, but yes, after that. So thanks everybody for sticking with us for this session. We shall obviously be back in a couple of weeks' time, and I hope you had fun. We certainly did, and we'll see you next time at the table.
See you later.
See you all later.
Bye.